Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Dragon God Issei got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
The party was going smoothly after that appealing dance, although the Gremory group always had great discomfort in their hearts. The blonde took his girls to dance each one after the other, leaving everyone amazed by the dance, and with the help of his beloved Tsubaki, he was able to get Sona out to dance. It is not necessary to say that she was completely red with embarrassment, but she was still smiling since being with the blonde gave her a feeling of conformity and tranquility. "I've told you once that you look appealing when you blush," said the blonde as he continued dancing with the heiress Citri. When she heard him, she blushed quite a lot with embarrassment. She still didn't know how the blonde could make her feel. So with just a few simple words, it would affect her so much. "Thank you," said the heiress. Citri had some embarrassment and awkwardness that made her look even more appealing than before. The blonde, seeing her like this, saw this, saw his smile grow, and while they danced, he made Sona completely attached to him, to which the heiress Citri, when she felt the blonde's well-shaped body, blushed furiously. She wanted to get away, but the blonde didn't give her many options, making her put up with her embarrassment and continue as if nothing was happening. Although that wasn't quite the case, because while people only saw a fine, calm, and elegant dance, if you look closely, you can see how the heiress Citri was completely red since she was touching the well-defined body of the blonde. And if we add that the blonde moved his hand, caressing her waist and part of the back, making the heiress Citri a little excited by the delicate touch. But despite that, she didn't do anything to push him away or stop him, because even though the blonde was giving her body a little care, it was more as if he was appreciating the appealing body she had, asserting that the heiress Citri feels partly excited, but also happy and proud since he was appreciating her body as if it were something unique. And it is that the heiress Citri had a body that, for some reason, the blonde loved. She did not have much, but not little if she was not perfect. Appealing breasts, a defined waist, appealing, round buttocks, and long, CC legs, and if we had added that calm face, but embarrassed by anything, made her look extremely appealing and unique. And that was what the blonde liked about a woman who was unique, because each of them had something unique that made the blonde lose himself in his beauty. As in the case of Fei, that way of being so appealing and affectionate when she looks at him with those appealing eyes is something that the blonde cannot resist, and she knows it since she does it several times to get what she wants. There is also Kiroka, who, when she is all chinito, takes out those cute cat ears and tails, making the brunette can't stand it anymore. Another example is Tsubaki, who fascinated him when she was embarrassed, but when she was smiling, he couldn't stand how appealing she looked. And so it is for Yasaka or Off-Eyes that each one had something unique that made the blonde not be able to resist them. And just like Fei, the two of them, together with Kiroka, knew it and did it to get what they wanted. "Sona, you are so appealing in every sense of the word," he said in Sona's ear in a soft voice, and then bit her ear, making her bite her lip so as not to let out a slight moan. If it was another man, even if it was Saji, she had already put him in his place. But when the blonde did it, she didn't want him to stop. She wanted him to continue. She loved how the blonde caressed her body, even over her dress. She was fascinated by how he appreciated her body with the touch of his hand. And mainly, she loved being so close to the blonde, to be able to feel her body next to his. Although sometimes his heart hurt because he could not be with him, which did not go unnoticed by the blonde, he promised to find out the reason for his change of mood. But while he was enjoying the dance with Sona, he could see a certain brunette heading for the balcony with a sad look, to which he had to go to see what was wrong. Fortunately, the song ended. "It was a pleasure to dance with such an appealing lady. I hope you will allow me another dance later," said the blonde with a smile, to which the heiress Citri only nodded since she could not speak, because of how excited and embarrassed she was since. That dance for everyone was calm and fine, but for her it was like an RTC dance where the blonde excited her without touching any NTMT part of her alone mind with the touch of his hand. And he wondered what it would feel like if they were really naked, and he ran all over his body. Immediately, body. Immediately, body. Immediately, body. Immediately, the color rose to his face, and he left the track covertly before continuing with that thought, or before he did something he shouldn't do, or at least not in that place. But what she didn't notice is that the blonde's girls all noticed the dance and every move that the blonde made with the heiress Citri, making them have a mischievous smile, even Queen Citri, who couldn't help but pass the moment to make fun of her king a little. The blonde went to where he saw the brunette while the blonde's girls arrived, where the heiress Citri was drinking water to calm down. How was the dance, Sona? Asked the kitsune with a mocking smile, while the others surrounded her. Was. Well, replied the heiress Citri, trying to hide her blush. Something could not make them all smile. I see you enjoyed it a lot. Nyanya, the Nekomata commented with the same smile. What are you talking about? About Kiroka? The heiress Citri asked nervously. All of us could see that appealing dance, Sona. We didn't miss any detail, said Queen Citri this time in a suggestive tone that made her king blush more than before. Tata. Boo. Well and... the heiress Citri tried to say, but the words did not come out of her mouth. I imagine you liked what you felt when he touched you, right? Said the dragon with a mischievous smile, making the black-haired woman unable to say anything as she blushed even more. And you also liked what you felt. That body also worked, said the Nekomata, making the heiress Citri blushed furiously when she felt her good body. The girls, seeing her like this, only smiled and left the subject as they saw that the heiress Citri was about to faint from embarrassment. In another part of the party, a blonde man was approaching a brunette who was on a balcony looking at the appealing night. Because the look is so sad, the brunette said, hearing a voice coming behind him. He immediately turned around and was surprised to see the blonde man walking in his direction. What to do here? I asked the brunette a little nervously, since lately she has felt strange being close to him, and more if they are alone. I saw you walking here, so I was wondering if you feel bad or if something had happened to you, said the blonde, reaching to the brunette and staying next to her. To which, when she saw him so close, she became nervous again. Because every time he's close to me, my heart beats, the brunette thought, very worried that she was already in love with the blonde. Are you okay? The blonde asked worriedly. Well, I'm fine. Fine. I just wanted to get some fresh air, said the brunette, trying to finish the subject. You can't fool me, you can. Tell your eyes that something is happening. Blonde said calmly, to which the brunette jumped when she heard him. Am I? Look, the brunette asked, somewhat doubtful and thinking that it was so obvious. Your look reflects great sadness and concern, replied the blonde, looking into the brunette's eyes as she opened them in surprise. But when she saw the blonde's eyes for a moment, she got lost in those appealing eyes of a different color, and for a second, he could see his beloved brown-haired man standing where the blonde was. He immediately closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the blonde was again with a worried face. It's just that. I'm worried about something, said the brunette, already giving up on not being able to hide her concern and sadness. I can know the reason for your concern, said the blonde. He was blonde. He was blonde. He was also worried. He had already forgiven the brunette, so he worried if something happened to her. Well, I was thinking about everything that has happened since Issei-kun left and what I did to him, said the brunette with a sad face, while the blonde only listened. I forgot about him, and I was with someone else. He tried to say the brunette while tears began to run down his face. I'm afraid that when he comes back, he hates me and doesn't want to be with me, said the brunette while crying lightly. I love Issei-kun more than my own life. I would give anything for him, but I don't know what I would do if he hated me for cheating on him, said the brunette, who was crying with her head down. But you weren't aware of that, said the blonde while feeling how his heart began to hurt to see her like this. Since he heard everything the brunette said in the cemetery, his love for her increased so much that he would be on par with the other girls. But it's not an excuse. After all, I deceived him, either because of my weakness or for another reason. I deceived him. She couldn't finish since she felt someone hug her. When she raised her head a little, she saw that it was the blonde one. Her heart began to beat rapidly, and while she blushed a little, she wanted to get away from him. She wanted to get him away from her, but although her arms were on her chest, she didn't have the strength to push him away. And as she felt his arms embrace her, she felt safe and protective, making her thoughts of just now go away and her soul, which was tormented by those thoughts, calm and relaxed. The blonde felt how the brunette's body had relaxed completely. He was worrying a lot since he didn't think she had those thoughts, although that explains why she has acted so strange since that time in the cemetery. He reached the conclusion that perhaps today he had reached his limit and had to take out all the pain that his heart was keeping. He hugged her tighter, bringing her closer to him, and he felt how she did not resist and only allowed herself to be pampered in that moment of need. Don't think that. You weren't aware of that, and even if your heart and soul feel that you deceived him, I can tell you with total certainty that he will forgive you because the love you feel for him is too great for him not to forgive you, whispered the blonde to the brunette's ear, who, when she heard him, hid her head in the blonde's Saint while clinging more to him as if I wish he didn't leave. Irina, don't torture yourself with those thoughts. I can assure you that he loves you as you love him. For that reason, he will forgive you because you are and always will be his first love, the blonde said again, to which he heard how the brunette cried again, but this time it was not like before, but he felt happy to see those words that she needed so much. Thank you, she said, and although her heart was beating fast, she didn't care because now she could feel calm and at peace with herself. Always remember that Issei loves you and always will no matter what happens, said the blonde again while hugging the brunette tighter, making sure that she would lose herself in the quality and calm feeling she was feeling. They stayed like this for a few minutes until they separated, and the brunette still had tears in her appealing eyes. The blonde wiped his tears while the brunette left him, since she could feel his love and affection when he wiped her tears. You shouldn't cry because that doesn't let you see how appealing you are and how appealing your eyes are, said the blonde while caressing her cheek while finishing wiping her tears. The brunette blushed at the words as she felt her heart beat rapidly. It's better to see you with a smile because it reflects how appealing you are, said the blonde again, making the brunette blush more but also making her smile, and she nodded her head for a moment as a sign of confirmation while giving her a sincere smile. Although her cheeks were a little red, the blonde, when he saw her, could not take his eyes off how appealing the brunette looked. You have really become an appealing woman, my appealing angel, thought the blonde as he smiled back. The two went back inside to enjoy what was left of the party, but they were surprised as there were a lot of people gathered. The blonde immediately went to see what was happening since he heard Ravel arguing with another man, and the brunette followed him behind him. When he arrived, he could see Ravel feeling embraced by Lefay while his girls were by his side. In front of them was Ravel's fiancée, and next to him were Ravel's parents. He immediately understood the situation, but it made him a little angry to see the Gremory group supporting the heir of the Barbados house. Irina immediately went to support her friends, which caused a smile of satisfaction on the blonde's face, while the Gremory group was surprised to see Irina hug Ravel next to Lefay. Irina, what to do? Zenobia said a little angrily, seeing how her friend turned her back on them. What do you think I'm doing to support my friend? Said the brunette firmly, surprising the Gremory girls. Irina, he is Ravel's fiancé. He is a very good and handsome man. He is the only one suitable to be Ravel's husband, Aquino said, trying to make the brunette come to her senses. That's something you can't decide, the brunette replied seriously. Irina, you have no authority on this issue, said the red-haired Gremory in a serious tone since they supported the heiress Barbados since, for them, he was perfect to be with their friend Ravel. Not as an angel, but as a friend, and since Ravel is my friend, she has my full support, she said seriously, making the blonde girls proud of the brunette, while the blonde phoenix was happy to have such good friends. On the other hand, the blonde was happy about what the brunette said, but he was behind the people observing the situation around him, and he did not like what he saw. Most of the nobles supported the heir Barbados. The Maoists, although they have to be neutral, knew that Sursech supported the heir and Sira Chan supported Ravel, but she at this moment cannot do anything. Besides, you don't have authority on this matter either, said the heiress Citri seriously, making everyone surprised and realizing that she was on the side of the blonde phoenix. The redhead wanted to say something, but she couldn't because it was true, and she thought it was better to stay quiet. Ravel, why don't you want to marry him? He's a great man. He can give you everything you need, Razor said calmly. He didn't know why his sister acted like that. If for him the heir Barbados was the most suitable for his. Dear sister, I'm not going to marry someone I don't love, much less someone as conceited, arrogant as him, said the blonde phoenix seriously. Girl, take care of your vocabulary, Lady Barbados said in a serious and cold tone. Excuse me, ma'am, but that's the whole truth, replied the blonde phoenix in the same tone. Come with me, your place is with me, with your husband, said the heir Barbados angrily. You will never be my husband, and I will never be with you. My place is next to someone else, and that person is not you, said the blonde phoenix seriously, while the heir Barbados could no longer contain his anger. You come with me whether you like it or not, said the heir Barbados, going to where the blonde phoenix was and holding her hand to take it, but before he even touched her, someone grabbed his wrist. I think the lady said she's not interested in you, said a serious voice that froze the BLD of everyone present. The heir Barbados saw him again with an angry expression, since several times this guy had ruined his plans. But when he was going to say something, the blonde expelled his aura, making him start sweating with fear, and not only him, but all those present who were on the side of the heir Barbados. And at one point, a crack was heard. The blonde had broken his wrist, causing him to scream in pain, surprising everyone with the ease with which he did it. I'm sorry, I don't control my own strength, said the blonde in an emotionless voice as he let go of the heir Barbados, who threw himself on the ground, holding his wrist since the blonde broke it in several parts, making the pain much greater. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard him say those emotionless words. Immediately, the heir's parents went to see his wound. Someone else wants to be too smart, the blonde said again with an emotionless voice, making everyone take a step back unconsciously because of the fear they had. DMN, I'm going to kill you for doing that to my son, said the leader of the Barbados house, throwing himself into an impulse of rage. The blonde, when he saw him, raised his power more since, as the leader of a house, his power was not small. Although it was not so great to get serious, he did not want to underestimate him. Immediately everyone felt the increase in power, and then saw how the blonde stopped the leader's punch with one hand, as if it were nothing. Immediately, the blonde gave him a strong blow in the stomach, making him fall to his knees, spitting BLD. Without any mercy, he raised his foot and kicked him with an axe that left the leader buried on the ground. Everyone was amazed by his demonstration of power. In just 2 moves, he defeated the leader of the house. With that power, you come before me, said the blonde with the same emotionless voice, leaving everyone in shock. A little behind him was Volley and his wives. They were supporting the blonde phoenix, although the albino never dealt with her if he knew that she was one of his friend's wives, so logically, he was going to defend her if something happened. The albino was smiling. He had already been able to see some of the blonde's power, and seeing how that leader threw himself into reaping, he could not help but smile when he saw such a suicidal act. On the part of Sona and her entourage, they were surprised since they had never seen the power of the blonde, at least until now, and they could not help but be surprised by the tremendous power he had since he beat a house leader as if he were anything. With Ravel, she had a little blush because of the way the blonde defended her, and more so knowing that he would go so far to knock out a house leader for her. The blonde girls smiled at their beloved's act, which was to be expected since a dragon is very possessive of his women, and will not let anything bad happen to them. What do you want with my daughter? Lady Phoenix asked again in a serious tone. I don't want anything from her. She's just under my protection, and anyone who wants to hurt her will have to deal with me. The blonde was happy in a serious way, expelling a little of his aura that he had already kept terrifying everything. You can't do whatever you want. She's already engaged to someone, and no one can change that, Lady Phoenix said seriously. Although inside she was terrified of the enormous power that the person had in front of her. The blonde phoenix became depressed upon hearing that, since it doesn't matter that she will always have to marry him. Exactly, she was already engaged to someone. If I remember correctly, you were the one who formed the engagement, said the blonde, calling the attention of everyone present, mainly the blonde phoenix and her mother, who did not know what she was talking about. That's a lie. I haven't betrothed my daughter to anyone else. But when she was going to continue, she remembered a certain Chstino tree. Ah, it seems that he already remembered. That's how Lady Phoenix is. Ravel Phoenix is engaged to Hyodo Issei. The blonde said it in a serious and loud way for everyone to hear. When he said that name was forgotten by everyone, they were quite surprised, while other people lowered their heads when remembering that name. While the blonde phoenix was hearing that name, her heart began to hurt as she could not see him again, although she still had the hope of seeing him one day. He's already dead. It means the engagement is over, Lady Phoenix said seriously after recovering from that little shock. I would like to know how it is that you are so sure that he is dead, said the blonde in a serious way. People who heard that paid attention to the conversation. It's logical. That beast has surely already killed him, Lady Phoenix replied while feeling that something was wrong with the person in front of her. First, he died at the hands of a fallen angel. He came back to life. Then he died defending the underworld. He came back from the dead. He was left in a deep coma after defeating the evil dragons in the war against Chaos Brightdo, but he woke up. Now he is trapped in that dimension with a Trihexa, as you are so sure that he will not return, or rather, how are you so sure that he is still in that dimension? How were they sure that Hyodo Issei was still trapped in that dimension? Was the question that everyone was asking. What do you mean? Lady Phoenix asked doubtfully. Hyodo Issei may have already left that dimension, and why doesn't he show himself? It would be because he is recovering from his injuries with a Trihexa, said the blonde with a smile. Behind him, his girls, along with Volley and their wives, had an amused smile when they heard what the blonde said. He has already given up for dead more than 3 times, which stops him from coming back this time. The only difference is that this time he is taking longer, or maybe he is already here, and he is disguised as someone else seeing what each of his loved ones is doing, said the blonde with a big smile when he saw everyone in total shock, and a great silence occurred in the place. Even Surzech said nothing, and Azazel only remained silent all the time, but the latter made him think a lot since it was true. While Irina, Ravel, and Seraphal heard what the blonde said, their hearts began to beat strongly, while their longing to see their beloved Brown became stronger. But on the other hand, the Gremory group was in strong pain in their CHSTS when they learned of this great possibility. He may even be watching this right now. He may have come to witness the wedding of the person who once swore eternal love to him, said the blonde. But this time seeing Rias, who had his breathing accelerated when he heard that, and his heart hurt every moment more. Everyone present saw her again without knowing what to do or what to say about this issue. The blonde turned to Lady Phoenix as he stood next to Blonde Phoenix and took her hand to take her to Lady Phoenix's front. All this was seen by everyone present. Even the family of the Barbados house, who had already woken up but were still on the ground due to the damage caused by the blonde. The Blonde Phoenix did not put up any resistance since she fully trusted the blonde. Something very strange. She no longer knew him so much. Lady Phoenix, I'm here next to your daughter and in front of you to tell her something, and that the guests tonight witness my words, said the blonde seriously. While Lady Phoenix was calm and serious on the outside, on the inside, she was really afraid of having the blonde so close because he gave off a powerful aura. Reconsider the engagement between this appealing lady and the BSTRD who is lying there since she is the right and king that you yourself signed. She is Hyodo Issei's fiancée, said the blonde. Seriously, while the blonde Phoenix wanted to cry with joy since she realized that the blonde knows something about her beloved brunette. But her happiness increased when she said that she was Hyodo Issei's fiancée since she had a dream of marrying and starting a family with her beloved brunette. Those present were silently listening to what he was saying. Even the Mawu and Azazel didn't say anything, and they also realized that the blonde knew something about the brown hair that they didn't. The pigtailed Mawu was really happy because, from what she understood, her beloved Chstina tree was alive and well today. The Gremorys were about to cry because, from what they saw, their former beloved Brown was alive, but they could no longer be with him because they had other people by their side. The pain in their hearts was killing them. Lady Phoenix, this is not a threat, but I don't think Hyodo Issei will like to see his fiancée married to another man when he comes back. And I assure you that I didn't want to see what a dragon does when someone tries to separate him from his women, said the blonde seriously as he let out a little of his aura, terrifying everyone, mainly Lady Phoenix, who was in front of him. So you better think about what you're going to do from now on, and I hope you make the right decision, the blonde finished, saying to go to where his girls were next to the blonde Phoenix, who had a big smile of happiness, but the two stopped at the head of the Barbados family. As for you, it's better that you forget the engagement, and so that they can see that I show them my face. This commitment is null and void since she had an engagement long before, so her house will not lose prestige if they decide to end this engagement, he finished saying to get to where his girls were, who received him with a smile. Now I see that there is nothing that needs my attention, so I am leaving for today, said the blonde, returning to see all the guests. I wish you a happy life together, Mr. and Mrs. Gremory, said the blonde, leaning a little as he looked where the newlyweds were. Razor was silent, looking at him and nothing else, while Rias, when he heard those words, felt a strong pain in his saying. His heart was hurting a lot. Faye Chan, stay a little longer and make sure nothing happens to Ravel. If something happens, call me immediately, the blonde whispered to the magician, to which she nodded, and after embrace his beloved wives and his girlfriend Citri, he left with his girls and behind him Volley and his wives, who went home. The entire room was silent. None of them said anything as they were all processing what just happened, although some people had a smile on their faces. Azazel, because he found all that very interesting, and even more so the power that the blonde showed a moment ago. Irina, Ravel, and Seraphol, because they could tell that their beloved was still alive and safe. Tsubaki, because her boyfriend was really overprotective of his women, but that was something she loved. Sona had a confused smile because if Issei is really alive and healthy, she needed to clarify her feelings since she had feelings for the brown tree, but she also had feelings for Sarjiro. She did not want to be confused, so she decided to clarify what she feels for both of them. Human world, Hyoto Mansion, you think that with that, they will leave Ravel alone, said the dragon with great curiosity, although she already knew the answer. The blonde shook his head in denial. No. Today I have humiliated the Barbados family, so they will surely want revenge. And what better revenge than marrying Ravel with his son? Said the brunette while resting in an armchair and his girls were by his side. Then what are you planning to do, Naya? Asked the Nekomata, interested in her friend's future. For the moment, nothing. If Lady Phoenix really decides to marry Ravel-chan, either because she wants to or because of the Barbados house, I'm going to intervene, but this time in a more efficient way, the brown-haired man replied to his girls, quite curious, but also a little worried about what his beloved CHST nut is going to do. Don't worry, girls, it's not dangerous at all. I'm just going to have to be able to implement the plan I had created when I found out about Ravel-chan's wedding, said the blonde with a smile to his beloved. The night was normally spent by the brown-haired man waiting for his beloved wife to go to sleep with the other girls who were also waiting for her. And when he came back, they all got ready to sleep after a good bath. Or that was what they had planned since in the embrace of good night, a certain magician was excited by the embrace, making sure that the girls, when they saw them embrace like this, also got excited. The brunette who saw this only smiled and told them to come closer to him. Clearly, they did not hesitate or delay in starting a night full of pleasure for our dear CHST nut and his beloved girls. The next morning, we can see a brunette waking up next to his beloved girls, who, when he saw them, could not help but smile since they were all so appealing. Who knew things would end like this? D-Drake said in a mocking tone. Ha ha, how funny, D-Drake. Although I can't deny that I'm glad things ended like this since I can be with the girls I love, said the blonde as he caressed the heads of some sleeping Lefei and Yasaka who were on his sides, making when they felt the caress, they clung more to the brown while their smiles did not leave their appealing faces. Although they are not all, D-Drake said, remembering that point. If I have to go for Sarah-chan, Irina-chan, and Ravel-chan, the brown-haired man commented as he saw his girls still asleep. And what will you do with the Seraphim, the goat, the vampire, and the Valkyrie? D-Drake asked curiously. About Gabriel and Penemu, I was surprised that they have feelings for me, so I plan to give them a chance since I also have feelings for them. Although they are not many if I see them as someone important to me, the brown-haired replied thoughtfully. Elmenhilda has always seemed to me to be a very appealing woman, so it may be that I think I can reciprocate her feelings, said the brown-haired man with a smile, as he remembered how appealing Elmenhilda was in the past, and wondered if she became even more appealing than before. About Ross-chan, I don't know what you're talking about. Although I've always loved her as something more than a friend, I'm not sure if that feeling came to love. Besides, seeing her happy with her husband makes me feel happy since I always wanted her to be happy, and the husband is really a great man. I have no complaints with him, so the only thing I want is for her to keep smiling, said the blonde with a smile when he remembered the albino. Note, Issei loves Ross more than a friend, but that feeling doesn't come from love. For now. But you realized it? D-Drake commented seriously. Yes, for some reason, I could feel that her heart is in conflict, but she doesn't realize it. I can say with complete confidence that she was like this long before you first appeared. It's as if D-Drake couldn't finish as the brown-haired man beat him to it. If I longed for or missed something or someone, the brown-haired man finished saying, and D-Drake nodded. The two of them kept thinking about that subject until the brown-haired man remembered something. By the way, D-Drake, what do you think of what Fei-chan told us last night? I remember the brown-haired man and his beloveds were waiting for the magician in the living room, while they spent a few moments together until, after a few hours, the magician appeared in a magic circle. How did it all end, Fei-chan? Asked the brown-haired man, receiving the magician with the embrace that she happily received. Well, Issei-sama, there was no problem, the magician replied while giving her beloved husband another embrace. Now that I remember, Lucifer-sama said to contact him, since he wanted to talk about something important, said the magician, remembering what the Mao told her. You don't know what it was for? Asked the brown-haired man with great curiosity. He told me that he wanted to ask you if you would accept a duel with someone named Tiamat, the magician answered calmly, although the brown-haired man was surprised when he heard that name. Thank you very much, Fei-chan. Now let's rest, said the brown-haired man, going with his girls to the bathroom and then to sleep. End of remembrance. Tiamat, the dragon of karma and chaos, one of the dragon kings and the most powerful, D-Drake said seriously. Note, I don't know if she's the strongest, but here she's going to be the strongest of the dragon kings. If I remember correctly, you had problems with her. It's not true, said the brown-haired man, remembering a conversation he had with his friend once. Yes, she's killed many of my covers when she senses my aura, D-Drake replied, downplaying the subject. You don't know why? The brown-haired man asked, rather curious. I think it's because I once asked her for her treasure for the fight against Albion. But in the fight, the Tiso broke, and since that moment, she has hated me to the bone. D-Drake replied, remembering that moment. You don't think that if I confront her, she will notice your presence because of my aura? The brown-haired man asked seriously. You don't have to worry since you controlled your dragon power, now you give off your same aura, but with the same essence as before and not mine. For that you will have to enter balance breaker, D-Drake answered calmly, to which the brown-haired man was surprised by that fact. Then it wouldn't be bad to fight her, said the brown-haired man, a little excited. There should be no problems as long as you don't use boosted gear. Even if things get ugly, you can enter your perfect dragon mode since that transformation is due to your power and not mine, D-Drake commented calmly. That's perfect, said the brown-haired man excitedly, because even though he doesn't like to fight very much, he needs strong opponents to be able to measure his strength and see what level he is at. We'd better talk later. Your females are waking up, D-Drake warned the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man saw his girls again and realized that they were already waking up. Good morning, my appealing girls, said the brown-haired man, who immediately embraced each one except LaFay, who was still asleep. The girls, when they felt his lips claimed, did not oppose and rather returned the embrace. How did the most appealing women in the world wake up? The brown-haired man asked, to which they all replied with a big smile, good. The girls snuggled up next to the man they love again since they all had the day off that day, so they wanted to spend it with their man. Girls, what do you think if we stay in bed for today? Asked the brown-haired man, to which the girls loved the idea and stayed lying next to their beloved. I'm going to call Tsubaki Naya to come and spend the day with us, since she also has the right to spend the day with her boyfriend Naya, said the Nekomata, to which they all nodded and called Queen Citri, whom she happily accepted. After a few moments, you can hear the magician waking up with a big smile, and of course, since she was the one who started the night of pleasure, she was also the one who ended it. Good morning, said the magician, still half asleep. Good morning, said the girls, still without leaving the brown tree. And without saying anything, since they were all naked and sleeping in the special room since the night was very busy. "Good morning, Fei-chan," said the blonde, who then embraced the magician who was next to him. The magician, when she felt the embrace from her beloved husband, put her arms around his neck to deepen the embrace further. But from one moment to the next, the embrace intensified more and more, making both the brunette and the blonde get aroused. And that was seen by everyone, since the brunette was also naked, and they could see how his PP became strong again after a night of pleasure. The girls saw him and seek at his lips as they became more and more excited. The magician wasted no time and climbed on top of the brunette, while his PP was gradually inserted into the magician's, making her release a slight moan of pleasure that made the other girls excited when they heard it. The magician began to move while the brown-haired man embraced and SCK one of her breasts while playing with the other, making the magician start moaning louder and louder. "Ah, Issei-sama, make me yours, all yours, ah," moaned the magician, all excited as she was penetrated by the CHST note tree. At one point, the brunette grabbed the magician's waist and penetrated her, reaching the bottom of her, where the magician, when she felt it, moaned full of pleasure. The brunette laid her down and began to penetrate her faster and faster, making her moan faster and louder as she felt how her beloved husband reached her utters. "Ah, more, I want more, ah, don't stop, Issei-sama," the magician moaned full of pleasure while the brunette increased speed and began to play and bite her S, making him more excited and starting to moan louder. The brunette felt the magician's body begin to contract, a sign that her orgasm was coming. When he felt that, he had left her CH scent and gone to her neck, where he began to embrace her passionately. The magician, when she felt the embrace on her neck, could not take it any more, and in a moan full of joy, she let out her orgasm when she could no longer hold on, since her most sensitive point was her neck. The brown-haired man separated from her a little and saw that his beloved wife was breathing heavily, although on her face she had a big smile full of satisfaction. But the end is not immediately. His beloved wife turned him around and put her on all fours, where the magician did not even put up any resistance, because even if she did not digest it, she still wanted more, and immediately she felt how her beloved husband penetrated her butt while he caressed him lightly. She said nothing and only let out a moan full of pleasure when she felt that she was being penetrated. Then she felt how the brown-haired man increased the pace, making her immediately lose herself in pleasure and begin to moan louder with each move he gave her. The brunette holds her and lifts her up to sit on her back, even without taking his PP out of her buttocks, making it sink deeper and causing the magician to moan louder with pleasure. The brunette began to move, making her make small jumps, and her breasts followed the rhythm. Issei begins to play with her breasts, pulling and pinching her S, while embrace her most sensitive point, her neck. When the magician felt all that, her mind immediately clouded, and her mind moaned with pleasure while her body gave great astonishment at the great pleasure she felt. She gave a big moan full of pleasure when she felt how the brown man came inside her buttocks, and immediately she came too, making them fall on the bed with her body, which gave astonishments of pleasure while her smile did not go on her face. The brown-haired man turned her around and gave her a embrace, to which she could barely respond, since her whole body did not respond to the pleasure that her beloved husband gave her. But she immediately had to move away from the embrace to let out a moan, since the brown-haired man penetrated her again through her, which, having been watered twice, is too sensitive. The mage moaned louder and louder as her body no longer responded, but she could still feel the great pleasure when she was penetrated, as her body was too sensitive, making her feel much more pleasure than before. The other girls were just watching hypnotized minds without realizing that their S were totally soaked with how aroused they were to see how their beloved made the magician his over and over again. They became even more aroused when the brunette came back inside the magician's, making her fall unconscious of all the pleasure. Issei, who was the closest to him, felt how he pulled her foot, and she didn't even resist, since she really wanted her beloved fiancé to make her his over and over again, as he did with his friend Lefei. "Ah," the dragon groaned when she felt her fiancé's PP reach her udders in one fell swoop because of how wet her was. "Ah, more eyes, dame, more ah," the dragon moaned when she felt how the CHST nut increased the pace more and more. I also want you to make me yours, only yours, ah," the dragon asked between moans, full of pleasure as she felt how her fiancé hit her udders over and over again every time he penetrated her. The brunette began to caress her breasts, which were the most sensitive part of the dragon, apart from her, meaning that when he feels the caresses, he cannot bear much and takes revenge by bathing his fiancée's pee-pee. But this didn't stop him anymore. It excited him more and increased his speed, making it impossible for Alphys not to moan with pleasure since his body was sensitive from his orgasm. The other two yokai girls who were watching their beloved boyfriend make the dragon over and over again became even more excited, so much so that their tails began to wag from side to side as a sign that they wanted to, not realizing that their s were soaked with how aroused they were. A few hours passed until a black-haired woman arrived at the house with a dress that tied her knees and straps, making her look really appealing. The black-haired Citri was surprised not to see anyone in the living room or kitchen, and immediately thought that they were surely in the special room, and went to see them. She was surprised to see that 3 of her 4 friends were unconscious with a big smile on their faces, while something white came out of their s and butt. And her other faint, Yasaka, was moaning with pleasure as she was penetrated over and over again by her beloved until she couldn't take it anymore when she felt something hot in her belly that made her reach her 3rd orgasm, falling unconscious for pleasure. Tsubaki, who had witnessed everything, was there without saying anything, with her eyes wide open when she felt that she was pulled, that she fell on the mattress with her eyes closed. When she opened them, she saw that her beloved boyfriend was on top of her. "How appealing you look today, Tsu-chan, although you always are," said the brown-haired man with a smile. The black-haired woman blushed furiously when she heard her beloved saying those words, but when she was about to say something, he embraced her, shutting her up immediately. The black-haired woman was surprised by the embrace since it was a passionate embrace but it also transmitted a great deal of love to her. She felt how the brown-haired man caressed her breast over the dress, making her let out slight moans. The brunette kept going down to her, where she moaned from the touch, but did nothing to walk away. After all, she was well aroused by her boyfriend to make the other girls his, so she also wanted the brunette to make her his own over and over again. The black-haired woman gets soaked quickly when she feels how the brunette caresses her entire body over and over again, her neck, her breast, her face, her waist, and mainly her legs, making her Rs faster since her legs are her sensitive points. The brown-haired man immediately bared when he felt how wet she was, so she didn't even resist. She let out a moan when she felt how her boyfriend penetrated her little by little until he reached the depths of her. Issei, make me yours, only yours, the black-haired woman asked between moans, to which the brunette embraced the black-haired woman while playing with her breasts and continued penetrating her, making the black-haired woman let out muffled moans from the embrace of her beloved. The brown-haired man separated from her to start SCK and biting the brown-haired woman's S, making her moan more and more because of how aroused she was and the pleasure she was feeling. More, I want more, don't stop, said the black-haired woman between moans while she felt how the brown-haired man penetrated her faster and faster while hitting her udders, generating small astonishments of pleasure and causing the orgasm to form little by little. But the brown-haired man, when he felt how his beloved's body contracted, began to caress her legs, making the orgasm form faster and making her bite her lip for the great pleasure she felt, until her beloved pinched her S, making her unable to take it anymore. She would come. When she came, the black-haired woman was breathing heavily, but a smile formed on her face. She moaned again when she felt that the brown man had penetrated her again, which, being sensitive, made her feel even more pleasure than before. The brown-haired man took her and put her on her side while holding one leg and climbing on his shoulder. In that way, he began to penetrate her mind again faster than before, making her moan even more. Issei, she couldn't say anything because of the pleasure she felt since her beloved was hitting her most sensitive point inside her. Mas Kiru mas moaned. The black-haired man was already losing in. She couldn't last long as she was hit successively at her most sensitive point. Issei began to ram her faster, and he could feel how she was almost coming. The black-haired woman felt the change in speed and moaned louder than before when she felt it. But then she began to feel more and more aroused, and she realized that the brown-haired man began to embrace her leg, making her orgasm form again, but she could not hold it long when she felt how her beloved came inside her, making her also come and fall faint with pleasure. When the brown-haired man was going to rest, he felt someone hugging him. He realized that it was his beloved wife, and with just her look, he could see that she still wanted more. Then he could see how Kuroka came in his direction, crawling while moving his hips from side to side with his cat's ears and tail out in a look full of longing, and the brown-haired man could only smile and immediately attracted Kuroka to penetrate her in one go, causing her to let out a moan of pleasure. After he held Lefei to lie next to Kuroka and began to mstrbte her with his fingers while he continued to penetrate the Nekomata, the two girls moaned with pleasure next to each other. They approached and embraced while he massaged each other's breasts, while the brunette continued to penetrate one and mstrbte the other. The embrace between the two was so passionate that Lefei climbed on top of Kuroka to continue embrace even more. Issei, when she saw that she could only smile, immediately took her PP out of Kuroka's and penetrated Lefei's, making her let out a big moan of pleasure as she felt how her husband penetrated her until he hit her with his udders. Kuroka, seeing her like this, could only smile and immediately began to embrace the magician's neck, making her more excited, and began to squeeze her. When the brown-haired man felt it, he increased his speed even more to enjoy the sensation since he felt a lot of pleasure when his wife's cute squeezed him. The magician moaned madly for the pleasure they were giving him. It was so much that he could not take it anymore. He came. The brown-haired man felt how the magician was making him come and making the orgasm last even longer. When she finished, the magician fell on top of the Nekomata, exhausted by the great pleasure of making the Nekomata smile. "You look so cute like this, Fei-chan, and to think that when we met we would end up like this," said the Nekomata with a smile. The magician, hearing only mind, smiled at him in the same way as she did and embraced the Nekomata again, to which she embraced him back. While they embraced, the magician let out a dull moan when she felt her husband take his PP out of her, causing her to let out light, muffled moans since Kuroka would not let go of the embrace and she did not resist. Naya, for a moment, the Nekomata let out a moan of pleasure when she felt that her mind was penetrated again. Naya eyes Naya, the Nekomata moaned with pleasure as she felt how the brown tree penetrated her and hit her most sensitive point, making an expression of pleasure that Lefei was seeing since she was following her enzyme. "You're so appealing, Kuroka-sama. Now let me give you pleasure," said the magician, starting to SCK and biting Kuroka's cat ears, making him open his eyes in surprise and start moaning louder than before. The brown-haired man, seeing this, only smiles and starts caressing Kuroka's cattle, making him moan louder with pleasure. The Nekomata was in complete joy. She felt like her orgasm was forming and began to squeeze her to be able to hold on as long as she could, but she couldn't since her beloved's PP was hitting her most sensitive part. In addition, the Nekomata had a big smile on her face. "You are really very appealing, Kuroka-sama," said the magician, unable to resist embrace the Nekomata again, who did resist. The brunette pulled his PP out of Kuroka's, causing his seed to come out of her and be confused with the one that came out of the magician's. Issei moved away from them to rest a little and could see how Off-Eyes and Yasaka approached him with intentions of wanting more. He also saw how Tsubaki woke up, and a thought crossed his mind. "I think we'll have a long day full of pleasure today," said the brown-haired man, going to where the black-haired woman was and piercing her buttocks, making her let out a moan of pleasure. The brunette continued to penetrate her, making her not resist and let out moans of pleasure. Then he took the kitsune and began to mstrbte her with his hand, putting his fingers in and out of her, making her release moans of pleasure. He had also pulled Off-Eyes to start inserting 2 fingers into her, and immediately, when he felt them, he let out a moan of pleasure, and he began to SCK and bite the dragon's S, making her moan louder than before for pleasure. The dragon hugs him tightly by the head so that he does not stop and continues SCK and biting his S, which the dragon could not hold for long and came after letting out a great moan of pleasure. But the brown-haired man kept putting his fingers in and out of the dragon's, making her moan and feel even more pleasure since her body was sensitive from all the times she had come. The brunette returned to where Yasaka was, who continued to moan when he felt how his beloved explored her with his fingers. He immediately began to SCK and bite her S, making her let out more moans of pleasure. The 3 girls did not stop moaning with pleasure. Tsubaki had already come once twice while her beloved continued to penetrate her butt, making her feel in total joy. Off-Eyes had already communed in her fiancé's hand 3 times, and he still didn't care about that, making the dragon not stop moaning with pleasure. Yasaka had already come twice, but like Off-Eyes, her beloved continued to explore her with his hand, wishing it would not continue like this and not stop. Ah, the black-haired woman moaned when she felt the brown-haired man come, making her come again. The black-haired woman was silent, breathing heavily, but with a big smile of satisfaction and pleasure. He immediately laid Yasaka down on his side and penetrated her, causing her to let out a great moan of pleasure. The CHST nut began to penetrate her quickly, while the kitsune asked for more and more since the CHST nut in that position was hitting her most sensitive point, making her feel in complete joy. Issei was not far behind, as she did not stop moaning because her beloved fiancé was exploring her with his fingers while SCK and biting her. With his free hand, he massaged and pinched the other, making the dragon enter a state of complete joy for the great pleasure she felt. His mind was blank, and his body was unresponsive. The two girls were completely lost in pleasure. The brunette felt how Kitsune's was squeezing him, so he increased the speed, making Yasaka moan even louder for pleasure. The kitsune screamed with pleasure when she could no longer hold it, and came next to the brunette, making the orgasm last even longer. She moaned again when she felt the brunette take his pee-pee out of her, making her have astonishments of pleasure since her body was too sensitive for all the time she had sold herself. The brown-haired man laid the dragon down and penetrated her in one go, making her let out a great moan of complete pleasure. The brown-haired man began to penetrate her, making the dragon's body also move involuntarily from the great pleasure she felt since her body was too sensitive. Issei couldn't hold on long and came again. But the brown-haired man didn't stop. He kept penetrating her, making the dragon moan in complete joy. Her body was extremely sensitive, and any little thing she felt being penetrated over and over again was something she couldn't handle one day. In fact, she couldn't even think. Her eyes were blank while her tongue was out, and she said between moans that she wanted to more. The brunette continued to penetrate the dragon, who only moaned non-stop until he couldn't take it anymore, and came into the dragon's, to which she also came and squeezed her to feel more pleasure. The brunette, who felt how the of his fiancée squeezed him, put his pee-pee deeper to enjoy his cum more. When Issei felt how she put her pee-pee deeper into her, only she could smile because of the great pleasure she was feeling. The two of them came enjoying the pleasant sensation. And when the dragon loosened her and the brunette's pee-pee came out, she was totally knocked out by tremendous pleasure. The brown-haired man could only smile when he saw his beloved fiancée in that state. Then he felt how two people hugged him and realized that they were Kiroka and Lefei, who had already recovered some breath. "Now it's all about us," said the pair of great friends at the same time, to which the brown-haired man only gave them a smile and was ready to give them what they wanted so much. The day came again to the home of our CHST nut tree. He was waking up with 5 girls who were hugging him totally naked, but it should be noted that each of them had a big smile on their faces. "Who would have thought that things would end that way?" said the brown-haired man, remembering that yesterday he spent all day and night with his girls, pleasing them and pleasing them too. Then he felt the 5 appealing girls begin to wake up. "Good morning, girls," said the brown-haired man with a smile on his face. "Good morning, eyes," said the now newly awakened girls with a big smile on their faces for the great day and night they spent yesterday. "What do you think if you take a bath while I prepare your breakfast?" said the CHST note, to which they all nodded happily since the CHST nut tree cooked very well. The brunette gave an embrace to all the girls that they happily accepted, although they had to separate a certain magician who was going to start like the day before since today they had things to do. And if they left her they were also going to stay, and they would not know when they would leave. All the girls came out after their good morning embrace with a big smile on their faces, and the brunette left to make them breakfast. "Remember to talk to the Mau Lucifer to coordinate the fight," D-Drag reminded his friend. "True, I forgot. Thank you, D-Drag," the brown-haired man thanked. The girls came downstairs after a relaxing and quiet bath. They started having breakfast while talking about different things. When they all finished, they went to continue with their duties. Kiroka and Issei to be teachers, Tsubaki to help his king. Yasaka had to continue rehearsing his daughter how to govern properly, and Lefei went to Ravel's to see how things were. The brown-haired man was preparing to go to his parents since they agreed to go visit them. But he remembered the fight and took advantage of the moment, changed to Sojiro, and called the red-haired Mau. "Oh, Sojiro, what can I do for you?" said the red-haired Mau who appeared in the communication circle. "Lucifer, my wife, told me about the encounter with the dragon Tiamat," the blonde calmly reported, "and that you have decided, since we would like to be able to see your power if it doesn't bother you, Plus, she wants to fight you to see if you are really a strong mind, the red-haired Mawu communicated with a calm smile. I don't have any problem with a meeting. I'd just like to know when it's planned and the place where it will take place, asked the blonde. I'm glad you accepted. The meeting could be in 2 weeks in the state that is the capital of the underworld, replied the red-haired Mawu calmly. Perfect. Then see you in 2 weeks, said the blonde so that the red-haired Mawu could say goodbye and limit the communication. Well, with that topic finished, it's time to go, the brown-haired man said to himself as he went to his parents' house to spend time together. Human world, city of Ku. The brown-haired man was going to buy some things that his mother ordered from him after spending an afternoon with his parents. On the way, you could see how all the women were looking at him with a big blush and a look full of. But pleasant was his surprise to meet the person he least expected when he entered the store. Kiru, the brown-haired man exclaimed when he saw his brunette friend in the store working as a saleswoman. The aforementioned turned when she heard her name, but her eyes opened as wide as they could, and a strong blush formed on her face when she saw who was calling her. Excuse me, sir, I can help you, the brunette asked with some doubt, since she didn't know the person in front of her, but she couldn't deny how stupidly attractive that person was. The brown-haired man was surprised by the question. He thought that he surely did not recognize him. Remember that you are dead. No wonder that your image does not even cross his mind. Of course, Dreg understood the situation better. It's me, Issei, your former classmate, said the brown-haired man, to which the brunette was stunned when he heard that name. Issei? It's really you, said the brunette, still not believing the words of one of the few true friends she had. If it's me. Kiru, how are you doing? Asked the brown-haired man with a smile that made the brunette blush, and not only her, but the female customers and employees who were present blushed furiously when they saw that man so handsome and, even more so, smile. After a few seconds, the brunette sees that her friend looks stupidly handsome, wearing black dress shoes, white dress breathe, a black long-sleeve shirt, and a white vest, making him look extremely sassy. Note: remember that the chestnut tree is always well-dressed wherever he goes. Only in his house does he wear normal clothes to relax. At that moment, the brunette remembers where she was and how she was dressed, making her feel ashamed that the brunette saw her that way. The brown-haired man, when he saw her like this, was very surprised since he remembered that she was not like that. He was acting as if she wanted to hide from him out of shame or something similar. But when he was about to say something, a young woman arrived and pushed the brunette away from him, making him fall to the ground. But he was surprised that his friend did not tell him anything and simply stayed on the ground with his head down. The brown-haired man saw the young woman who stood in front of him again and saw that she was the manager, a very young woman, in the words of the brown-haired man. She was very well dressed, making her look like a appealing young woman in front of those present, but in front of the brown-haired man, she was just another woman of the bunch. Excuse me, and that stupid woman has caused you some inconvenience. Please tell me what you need, and I will gladly bring it to you personally, said the young woman with the best smile she could give, making the male customers and employees blush at the appealing voice of the young woman as they looked at her with, seeing how sassy she was too. However, for the brown-haired man, he simply stared at her without any expression on his face, passed by without saying anything, and went to where his friend was to help him up. This caused the young woman to have an unpleasant moment and make an expression of disgust at what the brown-haired man could perceive. Why do you let them treat you like this? Said the brown-haired man, helping his friend get up, to which she simply lowered her gaze to the ground. The brown-haired man was totally speechless. He wanted his friend to answer him, but he kept quiet when he saw bruises on his arms and neck, a sign of physical aggression. Kiru, who did this to you? Said the brown-haired man in a soft voice, but the brunette was still silent and looking at the ground. Kiru, I will repeat it to you again. Who did this to you? The brown-haired man asked again, but this time a little louder and with a sign of anger in his voice. But even so, the brunette was still silent without saying anything while looking down like this. Pain, sadness, anger, and sadness were some of the feelings that the brown-haired man was feeling at that moment. Well, from what I see, you're not going to tell me anything. I'm going to wait for you in the park that was in front of the store when you leave work. I want you to tell me what happened to you, and I'm not going to leave until I have my answers, said the brown-haired man, leaving the store without letting the brunette object. The chestnut went to the park and created a clone of him, When no one saw him, he went to another place to buy what his mother told him to make. While with the original, he sat on a bench where he could see the store perfectly. He closed his eyes and waited until the CHST nut left his working hours. It was already very dark. The brown-haired man had called his girls and explained the situation so that they would not worry, to which they all frowned. They all agreed that he should look for an answer. The brown-haired man thanked your girls and then continued waiting. "I'm not liking this at all," said the brown-haired man to himself, seeing how late it was and that his friend was still working. After waiting a little longer, he could feel the brunette quickly moving away from the store as if he were running or escaping. But he could tell that it was not because of him. She immediately opened her eyes and went to chase her friend. Kiru was running to her house, hoping that nothing would happen to her and she would be able to get there safely. Unfortunately, while she was passing through an alley, a group of people surrounded her. The brunette was terrified when she saw this. "But look what we have here," said one of the people with a smile. "Kiru, how long have we seen each other?" said another person with a sinister smile. "You had us very abandoned," said another person in the group with false sadness. "Po, please don't hurt me," said the brunette as tears ran down her cheeks. "That's up to you, Kiru, if you do what we say," said the first person as his smile grew bigger, making the brunette begin to tremble with fear and more tears run down his cheek. "But first, we have to teach you a lesson for disobeying us," said the leader of the group, about to hit the brunette, making it cry more and close its eyes from the fear it had. But the blow never came. Opening his eyes with some fear, he saw that someone had had the blow. "Who the hell are you?" said the leader of the group with disgust. The brown-haired man simply ignored that comment completely and, with a crack, broke the wrist of the leader of the group, causing him to let out a loud cry of pain while falling to the ground while holding his wrist. Issei approached the brunette, who was looking at him with a certain longing and hope in his eyes, making the brown-haired man feel how strongly his heart ached to see her in that state. He imagined everything he had to go through to reach such a deteriorated state, since he also noticed that his friend was extremely skinny, making the brown-haired man worry about his health. "Don't worry, now everything is fine. They will never hurt you again," said the brunette in a whisper while hugging the brunette, who, when she heard him, began to cry loudly in her CH while she felt how the hug made her feel safe and protected, as if all that nightmare she has been living these last 2 years is over. Immediately, his body collapsed after just a few seconds of crying in his arms, making the brown-haired man think that his body was already on edge a long time ago. He put the brunette leaning against the wall very carefully while he got up and saw the group of people who were helping his boss recover. All of them felt a great killer instinct and immediately looked back at where the brown tree was, making the 10 people begin to tremble with fear. Some had even wet their breath from the terror they felt at that moment. And this was that. Apart from the murderous instinct of the CHST note, he looked at them with an expression of complete anger and fury, while his eyes were like those of a dragon. "All of you will pay for what you have done to her," said the brown-haired man with great fury, who immediately threw himself at the 10 people. With a kick, he sent the one crashing into a stop, causing him to spit BLD immediately, but before he fell to the ground or screamed in pain, he received a strong blow to the ribs that broke all of them immediately, causing him to shut up, knocked out by the intense pain. With his speed, he appeared behind another, who immediately gave him a low paw, breaking his leg in 3 different places, causing him to let out a cry of pain that was silenced when he hit him in the face, breaking his entire nose. One of them, who had come out of shock, tried to give him a blow, to which the brown-haired man stopped the blow with one hand, and with the other, he hit him on the elbow, breaking it immediately, but he did not have time to scream when he hit him again in the face, breaking his jaw and pulling out several teeth, knocking him out. The other people in the group who were watching the CHST note beat his friends were completely terrified. He showed no mercy to any of them. They wanted to run away, but they were so afraid that their legs did not stop shaking. The CHST note tree continued with the massacre without any remorse. He wanted to kill all that garbage, but since there were so many of them, he could get into trouble with the fractions since it is not allowed to kill humans. However, that did not prevent him from hitting and breaking the bones of all that garbage, making the damage irreparable. At the end of the massacre, only the leader of the group was left holding his broken wrist. "Well, piece of garbage, now it's only you," said the brown-haired man without any sign of feeling. "Please don't hurt me," said the boss while crying inconsolably. The brown-haired man heard that and got even angrier while grabbing him by the neck. That's what she told you, but did you? Listen, said the brown-haired man coldly, while the boss remained silent. Answer me, the brown-haired man shouted, stepping on the subject's leg and breaking it immediately, making him scream in pain. How many times did she ask you not to hurt her? How many times did I shout the last one with a lot of anger? The subject was only there crying because of the pain he felt. Answer me, the brown-haired man shouted again, stepping on the other leg of the subject, who let out another cry of pain. You're trash. If for my strength, I would kill you right here, said the emotionless Brown, making the boss tremble in terror as he continued crying. Listen, DMN trash, and listen to me very well because I'm only going to repeat it once. If I ever realize that you did this again with another person or with herself, I will kill you in the worst possible way. I don't want to see you in my presence again because if I see you again, you wish I were dead, said the brown-haired man before breaking his arm, making the guy unravel when he could no longer stand the pain. The CHST tree sees him again with complete disgust and goes to where the CHST nut was, which he lifted delicately like a princess, making her, when she feels the heat of the CHST tree, release several tears so that the CHST nut, when he sees them, begins to hurt. He begins to apply senjutsu to heal little by little the battered body of the CHST nut. While creating a magic circle, he went into it, leaving the alley with 10 people totally seriously injured, and a deep silence where screams of pain could be heard before. Human World, Hyoto Mansion, the CHST tree appears at the entrance of his house. The girls were waiting for him, and when they felt his aura, they went to receive him with a smile, but they were surprised to see who he was carrying in his arms. Their surprise came to an end when they saw the state of the CHST nut, and each of them drowned in a cry of pain and sadness. They had never seen anything like it, not even Off-Ice, who had lived so long. Tears began to run down his cheeks as the CHST nut's condition was extremely critical. She had dark circles under her eyes, a sign that she hadn't slept in a long time. She had bruises all over her body, and she was extremely thin, a sign of malnutrition. They really didn't even know how the CHST nut was still alive. The girls realized that their beloved was applying senjutsu to make him recover a little, but only Kuroka and Yasaka realized that the method he was using they did not know. They thought that it was surely a higher level than the one they handled at the moment. Off-Ice-chan, Fei-chan, please take Kiru to take a bath, said the brown-haired, to which the aforementioned immediately accepted and took the CHST nut very carefully to take a bath. Yasa-chan, Kirok-chan, please accompany them, and while they bathe her, treat her body with senjutsu, said the brown-haired man, to which the two yokai nodded and went after the mage and the dragon. The brown-haired man went upstairs to his room, took a quick shower, changed, and waited for his girls. Note: each of the girls has her own separate room, even Issei, to have her personal things, but they never use them to sleep at night as they fall asleep in the special room with her CHST tree by their side after a batch of pleasure. In the bathroom, the girls were washing the brunette's body with extreme care, while they were all silent since they could see the state of her whole body, and it must be said that none of them could pronounce words. Lefei and Off-Ice washed with extreme care so as not to hurt the body of the brunette, who was still unconscious. Kuroka and Yasaka injected senjutsu so that it would recover little by little, although they also realized that they could not do much since the CHST nut had a very damaged whole body, both externally and internally since some of its organs did not work well. The two of them understood why their beloved asked them to come and help since he was afraid that the CHST nut's body would fail and he could die because of how delicate it was. Even they still wondered how the CHST nut was still alive with all the damage that his body had. After a long bath where they finished cleaning the body of the brunette, they took it to the room of their beloved, who was waiting for them. When they entered, no one said anything. All of them understood that it was neither the time nor the place to say something. They laid the brunette on the bed of her beloved, to which he lay down next to her. When the brunette felt his presence and that feeling so calm and protective that came from the CHST tree, she clung to him even though he was unconscious, as if he wanted him never to leave her alone. The CHST tree, seeing this action, simply hugged the CHST nut, who, feeling the hug, curled up even more on the CHST tree's CH. The girls did not say anything when they saw this. The state of the CHST nut had them very worried, but when they saw that their beloved was smiling at them, they were reassured. Knowing that their beloved would take care of the recovery of the CHST nut, he called each of his dear girls and embraced them good night, to which all of them gladly received him. When they were about to leave, they saw once again their beloved and the brunette, who were surrounded by a very thin layer of senjutsu, to which they understood that their beloved had already started with the treatment of the CHST note. The girls left without saying or making a noise so as not to distract their beloved, since Kuroka and Yasaka told them that the technique that their beloved was using was really very difficult and complex, since, by surrounding the whole body with natural energy, the brown-haired man had to concentrate on putting the necessary amount properly in each damaged point. His stomach needed a different amount than his lungs, and his leg muscles needed a different amount than his arm muscles. Each part of his body needed an exact, but, at the same time, different amount for him to recover properly. If he added more or less energy to a place, whether it was a lung, it could be damaged forever, causing death. "It's not the same as what you've always done?" asked a very curious magician, to which the yokai shook their heads as they left the room. Once out of the room, the yokai explained to the other girls that she used to use natural energy to heal herself, but they only let the natural energy enter their bodies, and the energy heal them without doing anything. However, with the training of her beloved, all that had changed. They told them that their beloved had taught them to direct that energy exactly where you really need it, to gather and heal a single point so that the damage is healed instantly, and then make that area stronger than before. When they said that, they were surprised, but they didn't say anything else. They understood that this technique was very complicated and very risky. It had already been 2 days since the CHST nut tree began with the treatment of the CHST nut. It must be said that the girls were very worried about the 2 CHST nut trees. At this time, the girls were having lunch with their beloved, who came down to eat something, but the girls did not stop looking at him with a look of sadness and concern. These days they stayed in the house. None of them had gone out to do their homework. Le Fay warned the company that her beloved could not attend to any business and gave the authority to the presidents of each building to make the right decision. Yasaka told her daughter that she could not go, which surprised her, but she told her that it was fine. Kuroka and Offeyes went to talk to Sona about not attending the academy, where they explained the situation to her, and she immediately agreed and left, followed by Queen Citri, who was also very worried about the situation. "I know, why don't you take a break?" asked the dragon when she saw the state of her beloved. At first glance, the CHST nut was tired. He had dark circles under his eyes, a sign that he had not slept at all, since the treatment needs his full attention, making him awake all night and day. "I can't. Offeyes-chan Kiru is in very bad shape," said the brown-haired man with a worried voice. "It's so bad?" asked the black-haired Citri with concern. "More than that, her body is in an extreme state. The only reason she was still alive was because her mind had set aside and ignored the state of her body to protect itself from whatever was happening to her. That's why her body was always so rigid." The brown-haired man replied with a look on the ground because of the sadness he had at not being able to do anything before. Now that his body has relaxed, it can be said that his mind connected with the state of his body, causing it to collapse because of the longing he had, said the brown-haired man, making everyone remain silent when he heard what his beloved said. Kiru would have died by now if he had been gone to a normal hospital. There is no treatment for her body anymore. Even I had to leave her in a state of living death to be able to help her, since it is very dangerous for her to regain consciousness, even a little. Because it can lead her to death without me being able to do anything, the brown-haired man finished saying with a voice of pure sadness and concern. The girls heard that. They understood that the matter was much more serious than they thought. The brown-haired man withdrew since he had to continue with the treatment, and the girls remained silent while their beloved left. They all felt so useless, especially Kuroka and Yasaka, that despite knowing senjutsu, they could not do anything only because of their lack of knowledge. They promised to train harder to help their beloved if another situation similar to this one occurred. But for now, they could only sit and wait while their frustration grew, since that technique was very advanced for them, and although their beloved had been training them, only they understood the basics of it. Note: Yasaka has great power and excellent handling of senjutsu. Not for nothing was she the leader of the yokai, but there are even techniques that even she does not know. The treatment continued. It had already been 3 days since the CHST nut brought the CHST nut home. On that day, Irina arrived for her training, but when she arrived, They explained the situation to her, and she was immediately worried about the situation, so she stayed at the CHST tree's house, waiting for everything to go well. 2 more days had passed, and the girls were still extremely worried about the situation since their beloved had not left the room, and they did not dare enter for fear of interrupting, or that something would go wrong. That same night, the 5th day since the treatment began, we can see a brunette leaving the room. He immediately felt the presence of Irina, who was next to her girls. She thought that it was not yet the time to show herself to her, so she changed her mind and went down to the room where the girls were. When the girls saw him, they immediately went to him and hugged him while his eyes had slight traces of wanting to cry. Even Irina went to hug him since he had become someone very important and special to her, although she did not know to what extent. This was because her beloved looked very tired, with dark circles under his eyes, because he could not sleep for 5 days. The blonde man, seeing them like this, could only smile and feel happy to have people who love him and care about him, although with the brunette, he was surprised by their reaction, but let it go. Don't worry girls, everything is fine. I was able to make Kiru's body recover completely. Now only her mind is asleep. Recovering from her mental fatigue after having endured everything that had happened to her, the blonde reported with a sad smile, to which they all nodded and calmed down somewhat. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's too late and I haven't slept in 5 days, said the blonde with a calm smile. He went first to take a bath, and then went to sleep in a special room with only a pair of breathe. Note: Issei is tired not because he doesn't sleep, but because the technique he applied depends a lot on his concentration. The girls arrived an hour later, each in their nightgown. They were surprised that he was still in his Sojuro costume and thought he was too tired to take it off. They lay down next to him to sleep with him, and even though he was shirtless, they only approached him looking for his affection and love since they had not been with him for 5 long days. The blonde, when he felt his girls, brought them closer to him, making sure that they all snuggled more to him in search of his warmth, and after only 10 minutes, they were all deeply asleep. On the other side of the house, Irina was in her own room trying to sleep, but she couldn't, so she got up and went to the other girls' room to see if they had already fallen asleep. But she didn't find any in her room. Then she remembered that not long ago one of them had told her that they always sleep in a special room with her beloved, so she went to where she had been told she was. When he arrived, he hesitated for a moment whether to open it, but then he decided and opened it. He was surprised to see how big that room was. It had a mural of all fractions painted on the walls, making it look really appealing. The whole floor was covered by a spongy and very comfortable mattress. He also realized that the room had several spells and seals, such as privacy and ambient temperature. The brunette was amazed by the room. She looked around the center of the room and could see the blonde, who was fast asleep, and her friends, who were being hugged by the blonde. For a moment, the brunette felt jealous, but not jealous that they were like this with the blonde, but jealous that she couldn't be like that with him. And after a long debate in her mind about whether to go out and leave them or go to them and sleep next to the blonde, the brunette decided to go to them, and after closing the door, she approached slowly, looking for at least a slight field to lie down on. But she saw that there was no sadness and was going to leave. But then she felt like the dragon that had woken up when the brunette entered the room, so she pulled it towards her, making a field to lie down on. The brunette could not say or do anything when she was already lying down, sleeping on a part of the blonde's saint, with the dragon that was watching her in front of her. Issei gave her a smile that reassured the brunette, as she was very nervous and prepared to go back to sleep. Irina saw how the dragon went back to sleep. She wanted to leave there, but for some reason her body did not respond to her. She blushed quite a lot when she knew where she was lying. He looked up like this to find the face of the blonde, who was fast asleep. She handcuffed a smile, and without realizing it, she began to fall asleep after feeling the peace and tranquility that the blonde gave off. It made her feel comfortable. How comfortable. With that thought, the CHST nut fell into the arms of Morpheus. The next morning, we can see Issei waking up from a good night's rest. He was glad that he was a dragon with high regeneration. He realized that he was totally immobilized, and when he looked around, he realized that all his girls were by his side. He only smiled when he saw them like this. It seems that they missed me all this time, thought the blonde when he saw them, who had a smile on their faces. No wonder, they are your females, Drake commented calmly. What do you mean, Drake? Asked the blonde curiously. They are already marked by you. Not feeling close for so long, their instincts told them to go look for you, but since they knew they couldn't, those instincts intensified. Drake answered calmly. When you were already within their reach, they immediately went to look for your warmth, I finished saying Drake. It seems that they are really very worried, said the blonde, looking at his girls. In fact, not only them. Look in your CHs, and Drake informed, to which the blonde was surprised. Issei listens to his friend and looks at his CH scent, only to be surprised to find his childhood friend lying peacefully with a big smile on her CH scent. It seems that her heart has already recognized you, but she hasn't noticed, Drake said while smiling slightly. At that moment, the blonde panics when he learns that the brunette already knows who he is. Don't worry, I don't know if you noticed, but last night you didn't take off your costume, so your identity is still safe, I finished saying Drake. Issei checked himself and confirmed that he was indeed still like Sojiro. He was mentally happy to learn that fact. The girls began to wake up when they felt the movement of their beloved. Good morning, my appealing princesses, said the blonde with a smile, to which everyone blushed for his compliment, because what woman does not like her beloved to say compliments to her? Good morning, they all said, to which the blonde gave them an embrace of good morning. They received him happily since they missed that feeling. The brunette, who was still asleep on the blonde's CH scent, began to wake up, which everyone noticed. Good morning, Irina. She heard the brunette see the blonde who was smiling at her, then she saw the other girls who were looking at her with a mischievous smile. He immediately understood the situation he was in, and a strong blush formed on his appealing face. And I'm not the par. It seems the brunette tried to say she was totally embarrassed by the situation, but the girls only let out a small giggle when they saw her like this. Don't worry, Irina, you're part of our family, said the blonde, caressing the brunette's head, which blushed even more because of how embarrassed she was. The brunette bowed her head because she was so embarrassed, she wanted the earth to swallow her. Well, girls, what do you think if we go down to breakfast, said the blonde, to which they all nodded happily. They began to go down to the dining room, while the blonde went to see Kiru's condition. He was reassured to know that he was improving little by little. The girls waited for their beloved to have breakfast with him. Even Irina was waiting for him. When he arrived, they began to have breakfast quietly. They asked him how Kiru was doing, to which the blonde replied that he was getting better little by little, and maybe in a few days he will be able to wake up. That made all the girls very happy, and it made Irina extremely happy that her friend was going to recover. But she was also sad to know everything that her friend had to go through alone since she forgot about her because she was with her ex-boyfriend. She clenched her in frustration at not having done anything for her friend. That did not go unnoticed by the blonde, who began to talk to her later. The day passed quietly. The blonde spent the whole day with his girls and with Irina, who had stayed at the blonde's house because she did not want to move away from him. I missed the brunette in a big way. At the end of the day, Irina left, although everyone could see that she did not want to leave, which caused all the girls to have a smile on their faces when they saw their friend's attitude. The days passed quietly. Irina arrived every other day at the blonde's house under the pretext of seeing how Kiru was. Of course, everyone could see her ulterior motives when she talked to her beloved. But all that ended when the brunette was training in the back of the house. She decided that it was already too much for today, so she decided to enter the house. But when she entered, she found the scene where the girls were hugging and embraced the blonde. At first glance, she could see all the love that the blonde gave them, whether it was an embrace, a caress, or simply a look loaded with pure love. At that moment, the brunette felt how her heart began to hurt when she saw that scene. Although she no longer knew why, since it was not the first time, she still did not accept it. A tear ran down his cheek, and while he denied that fact, he ran to where he was training. Both the blonde and his girls saw that scene. I think it's about time, don't you think? Commented the dragon as she got off the blonde's legs. I think you're right, said the blonde, saying to stand up and go look for the brunette. The girls only hoped that everything would go well since they did not know how the brunette was going to react. Leaving the girls in the living room, the blonde went out to look for the brunette, who was training a little far from the house. At first glance, he could see how she still had tears running down her cheeks. Irina, I call the blonde, and when she heard it, it immediately wiped her tears. Yes, she replied with a big smile, which the blonde could see was fake. The blonde didn't say anything, just on his way to where the brunette was and hugged her with great affection. Immediately, when the brunette felt the hug full of affection, tears ran down her cheeks while her heart began to beat rapidly. Because every time he hugs me, every time he looks at me and talks to me, my heart feels so happy. Why? The CHST nut whispered. While she didn't stop crying. Why does this have to happen to me? The brunette said it again, crying. Why does my heart betray me? I finished saying the CHST nut. The blonde was simply there, hugging her while listening to everything she said. It hurt him a lot to see her in that state. Irina, The blonde was going to say something, but the brunette interrupted him. Because, why did I have to fall in love with you? Why does my heart hurt not having you around? The brunette cries inconsolably. I just wanted to marry Issei-kun and be able to start a family with her. But, she tried to say the brunette, but the pain in her CHSN wouldn't let her. I know I failed him. I know I don't deserve it, but Roman too finished saying the CHST net while crying even more. She couldn't take it anymore. The pain she had in her heart was too much. She didn't want to fall in love with a blonde. What she wanted was simply to wait for her beloved brown and be able to realize the dream she had. Since she was a child, that dream that the two of them promised to fulfill, the dream of having a family. But everything went wrong for her. She forgot her beloved CHST tree. She forgot that dream she had. She forgot everything, and she went with another man. When she finally regained those feelings she had for her beloved and remembered that promise they made, she was overjoyed to think that maybe she could just make that promise come true. But not everything is what it seems. After recovering those feelings, she spent time with the blonde, making her fall in love with him more and more, and without realizing it, she was already in love with him. The blonde only listened as the brunette vented, while tears ran down his cheeks when he knew he had loved him. Why does my heart betray me over and over again? The brunette asked while looking into the eyes of the blonde, who was also staring at her. But when the brunette was going to say something again, the blonde couldn't take it anymore and embraced her on the lips, surprising the brunette a lot with the action. She wanted to push him away, but for some reason her heart felt happy and calm. Tears ran down her cheeks when she felt how the blonde gave her that embrace full of love and affection. Involuntarily, she wrapped her arms around the blonde's neck to deepen the embrace, while the blonde hugged her around the waist to bring her closer to him and deepen the embrace even more. The brunette continued with the embrace while tears ran down her cheeks without stopping. When they separated, each one looked into the other's eyes. Those of the blonde expressed deep love, and those of the brunette expressed happiness for some reason, but also a little sadness. Your heart did not betray you. It has never betrayed you, my appealing angel, said the blonde as he ran his hands over the brunette's cheeks, wiping away his tears. The brunette was confused by the words, and when she felt the caress of the blonde, she simply left him while she felt how her hands caressed her with love. Forgive me for not telling you before, said the blonde as he continued caressing the cheeks of the brunette who was still watching him. Then he moved away from her a little. When the brunette was about to say something, she saw how a magic circle formed on the blonde's feet and began to rise, gradually changing his appearance. When the magic circle finished changing it and showing its true identity, the brunette had her eyes wide open while her heart began to beat rapidly and her eyes flooded with tears. She stared at him for a few moments without saying anything, stretching out her hand little by little, trying to take the one who was now in front of her, wishing it wasn't a dream or a joke. The CHST nut took the hand of the CHST nut and rubbed it on his cheeks so that he could see that it was not really a dream, and that it was he who was really in charge of it. The moment the CHST nut felt the touch of the CHST nut tree, her eyes became watery again, and her heart beat faster, wishing her MSTR that, for whatever reason, it was not a dream. Forgive me for not, the brown-haired man was going to say, but he couldn't, as the brunette threw herself to hug him tightly as if his life depended on her. The brunette was left there without saying anything. He just wrapped her in his hug, making her cling tighter to him. You know how worried I was, said the brunette, moving away from the brown-haired man a little while looking at him with teary eyes. The brown-haired man was going to say something, but the brunette wouldn't let him. He began to beat his CHSN as a sign of reproach. You know about everything that happened. You know how worried I was. You know the suffering you caused me when you left, said the brunette as she continued to beat the CHST nut CHSN as a sign of reproach. And, I know I don't have the right, said the brunette, stopping beating the CHST nut and then hugging him again, but this time harder. Please forgive me for what I did. I can't live without you. You're everything to me, the CHST nut on the CHST nut tree said, crying, although it was more of a plea than a request. Please don't leave me. I don't mind sharing with you. I don't mind being the last. I don't care about not receiving your love, but please let me be by your side at least. The brunette begged with all her heart for fear of losing him again. The CHST nut tree at that time had a lump in his throat. He remembered everything that had happened to the CHST nut. He remembered everything he said in the cemetery. He remembered their conversation on the balcony, and he also remembered all the times she had cried for him. He hugged the brunette tightly with a lot of love and affection. She had already suffered a lot, and he had already forgiven her too. I'm never going to leave you again. I'm always going to be here with you, said the brown-haired man as he comforted the brunette, who was losing herself in the feeling of being burned again by the person she loves, although he knew she didn't deserve it. And you don't have to say you won't receive my love or if I forgive you, since I forgave you a long time ago, and if you're going to be with me, whether you want to or not, you're going to have to receive the same love as everyone else, said the brunette with a smile, while the brunette cried happily for having forgiven her and for allowing her to be by her side even though she loved him. But I have no right to have your love. The brunette was interrupted since the CHST nut gave her an embrace, shutting her, to which she felt her lips being claimed by her beloved CHST nut. More tears flowed down her face. Don't say that again. I love you, and I will give you the same love as everyone else. This time you won't have to fight to be the first or be afraid of being the last. This time you're going to be the first just like everyone else since you're all the first in my heart. And I love you all equally, the brunette said with a deep voice full of love that she wouldn't stop crying. She was wondering if it was really okay for her to receive his love and affection. But when she saw the brown-haired man smile at her in such a tender and affectionate way, her heart could not take it anymore, and she went to embrace the brown-haired man with all her love. This time she was not going to leave him. This time she was going to be with him at all times. I promise you that this time I will not leave you. If you die, I die. If you live, I live. If you suffer, I suffer. If you smile, I smile. I don't care what will happen later. I will always be with you no matter what, was the thought of the brunette before losing herself again in the warmth that gave her the lips of the brown-haired man as he hugged her. And so they stayed for a few hours, where Issei calmed the brunette and told her everything that had happened with him and why he still couldn't reveal himself, making the brunette understand himself, although all the time the brunette was totally red. After calming down, he could see the brunette better, and he could not deny that he had flown quite handsomely, and it did not help that he had her in his arms, making the CHST nut tree feel her well-shaped saint and strong arms. Night was already falling in the Hyodo mansion, and we can see how the brunette and his girls were spending time together. Of course, there was also Irina, who was going to start living there since she wanted to spend as much time as possible with her beloved brunette. At first, the brunette apologized to the other girls for what happened, but they did not take it seriously and received the brunette with open arms and a big smile. The brunette smiled as she cried a little about it since she never thought she would have friends like that, although now she sees them more as sisters than simple friends. After that moment when the brunette confessed and Issei accepted it, 2 days passed in which they were the happiest for her. That same night, the other CHST nut that was resting in the CHST nut tree's room was waking up from its long and recovered sleep. Kiru was waking up little by little in a room that she did not recognize. She immediately began to get scared that she had been kidnapped and started beating her as they had done before. He tried to stand up, but immediately fell to the ground as his body was still too weak. He heard someone coming, and he was scared that it was someone who caused him a lot. He crawled to a corner of the room while tears ran down his cheeks. When they opened the door, the brunette could see a very appealing girl with blonde hair. Lefei was going to check on the CHST nut, but was surprised not to find it on the bed. Then he noticed that the CHST nut was in a corner of the room. He was going to go help him, but when he took a step, he saw that the CHST nut began to tremble. He imagined that he had not yet recovered psychologically. She went out to look for the brown-haired man, who was the only one who could reassure her and perhaps help her. The brunette saw how that blonde girl ran away and left the door open. She wanted to run away, but her body did not respond to her. She thought that something had been done to her. She began to cry louder out of fear of what was going to happen to her from now on. She heard someone running and began to cry even more out of fear. Then she saw how that girl returned with a man who, when he saw her, went to her address, making the brunette begin to tremble that man would do something to her. But she was surprised that the man hugged her. "Don't worry, Kiru, it's me, Issei. I'm already here, and I promise you that nothing bad will happen to you," said the brown-haired man as he hugged her and tried to reassure the brunette. "Issei," was the only thing the brunette said to see the brunette, who saw her with a smile full of affection, making her start crying and hug the brunette tightly as if it were the only thing she had left in life. It didn't take long when the brunette fainted from crying so much. Her body was not well. She was barely recovering, but now that she woke up, she will recover faster. About her trauma, the brunette thought he could heal, but he would need time and a lot of support that he was willing to give her, in addition to the affection that she longed for. He carefully picked up the brunette and put her bed back on her bed. He told her beloved that tonight she was going to take care of her, to which the magician said nothing and nodded to warn the other girls. The CHST man slept with her for fear that she would wake up and ration like now. The brunette, as soon as she felt the CHST tree's embrace, clung to him again as if he were the only thing she had left in life. "He doesn't care about me, and rather, I bring the CHST closer to him to make her feel loved and protected." The night passed quietly, and the morning was coming. Issei had already woken up, but he did not get up because the brunette had him very well hugged and did not want to wake her up. After a few minutes, the brunette was waking up, but she was surprised when she felt that someone was hugging her. She opened her eyes and saw that it was a brown tree that she could not identify since she was without her glasses. Immediately, fear began to invade her, and she quickly moved away from that man. But the brown-haired man held her because he was going to fall to the bed and hugged her. The brunette tried to get away, but I still felt her body very weak. "Kiru, calm down. I am Issei," said the brown-haired man to reassure the brunette, who made him happy internally. He could see how she calmed down. The CHST man passed her some glasses that were on a table near the bed, and the brunette put them on, making her able to see well. At that moment, she remembered everything that had happened, how she was cornered by those guys, and how he was about to hit her again, but the brown-haired man came to her aid, and then she couldn't remember anything. She saw the brown-haired man who was looking at her again with a look of concern. She immediately threw herself into hugging him and crying on his CHST while telling him that she was very afraid, to which the brown-haired man only hugged her while telling her that everything was fine and that they would never hurt him again, making the brunette cling to him more while crying more. A few minutes later, when the brunette was calmer, she saw the place where she was. It was a very large room, but also very appealing, and besides that, she was lying on a fairly large bed. "Hyoto, what is this place?" asked the brunette, seeing the large room again. "Well, this is my house, and this is my room," the CHST tree answered, surprising the brunette a lot for having such a large room. "Come on, I imagine you have an open mind. Let's go down to breakfast. Besides, you've been sleeping for almost a week. You need to eat so that you get better faster," said the brown-haired man with an outstretched hand and a smile. "Now that you mention it, because I feel so weak. Besides, how come I have this?" said the brunette, pointing to her clothes since she had Lefay pajamas that fit her perfectly. "The quiet pajamas thing I don't change about you as my wife and my fiancé, along with my girlfriends who helped you change. And the pajamas are my wife's," said the brown-haired man as if it were nothing. "Well, that's because your body when I found you was very battered. I spent almost 5 days helping you recover with magic and senjutsu. That's why your body feels weak, because it is totally healed. You only need something to eat and a little rest to replenish energy," said the brown-haired man, surprising the brunette, who immediately checked his body and was more surprised to know that he no longer had the bruises and not even the marks on him. Besides the fact that now he no longer felt sick, he only had no strength. Tears began to run down her cheeks again as she remembered everything that had happened to her. But then, she was surprised to see how the brown-haired man hugged her, bringing her closer to him. "You don't have to worry anymore. Now I'm here, and nothing and no one is going to hurt you again, I swear," he said to the CHST. When she heard him, she began to shed a few tears, but this time she was happy to know that she was no longer going to be alone. "Come on, let's introduce you to the girls," said the brown-haired man as he stood up and stretched out his hand again for the brunette to take it. I doubted this a little, but then I took it. The CHST nut picked it up like a princess and took it out of the room. The CHST nut was totally grilled because of how the CHST nut tree carried it. But her attention went around her as she was amazed at how appealing her friend's house is. Hyoto, seriously, this is your house? I asked the CHST nut with doubt, since it was a fairly large house, but not so exaggerated, edoma that it was very appealing. Haha, I know it's strong to believe, but if my house is here, I live here with my wife, my fiancé, and my 3 girlfriends. Although I have another one, she doesn't live here. The brown-haired man answered with a funny smile when he saw the brunette's face. Remember that I am very influential in the supernatural world, said the CHST nut, to which the brunette now understood everything. By the way, that's what happened to you. I didn't believe that you had really died, but when I asked about you, they kept quiet or told me that you had died. No one really told me what happened, the brunette asked with a lot of doubt and curiosity. Well, to summarize, I was trapped in one dimension until I was able to get out. But when I came out, I realized that 10 had already passed. Well, at least that is the short version. The long one I will tell you another time, said the brown-haired man. With a smile as they were arriving at the dining room, the brunette nodded with satisfaction because, although the explanation was brief, he finally understood something of what had happened to him. I only hope that one day I will tell you everything in detail. The pair of CHST nut trees arrived when eating, although the CHST nut was red with embarrassment because of how the CHST nut tree carried it. When they entered, the brunette was surprised to see 5 appealing women. Before anyone said anything, Irina ran out to hug the brunette with tears in her eyes. Please forgive me. I didn't know anything about what had happened to you. Although I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, I want you to know that you're never going to have to go through that again, said the reincarnated angel with tears in her eyes and a deeply painful tone. Everyone present was shocked by that, but what was really shocked was to feel all the pain, sadness and guilt that the words had. Kiru was very surprised by that, and although she certainly felt a little angry, that disappeared because it really wasn't her fault, and she could also feel all the pain and regret that the brunette had. She made a sign to the brunette to lower her, to which he lowered her and hugged the brunette, who had not let go of her while crying. Don't worry, I don't have to forgive you. Although I have to admit that I liked being with the support of my friends, I can't blame you since you had your own life, so you have to ask forgiveness for something that is not your fault, Kiru said while hugging Irina and trying to comfort her since she knew that because she was an angel, the guilt she had was going to be greater even if she didn't have it. Everyone in the room was quiet to let her friend vent. They knew that she had made many mistakes and not only forgot the brown-haired, but also forgot all her true friends. A few minutes passed in which Kiru tried to reassure the angel while she was crying and kept asking for forgiveness, until she was finally able to reassure the angel, and her heart was happy to see that the angel really appreciated her very much. Well, Kiru, let me introduce you, said the brunette, drawing the attention of the brunette and the other girls. She is Lefay Pendragon, one of the most powerful magicians in the world. If not the most powerful, and currently my only wife at the moment, I present the brown-haired man to the magician, who raised her hand with a smile, greeting her and surprising the brunette, since before she could see all the women present. But it was only a quick glance, and she could tell that they were all appealing women. But now see the magician. Blonde, I know, surprised as she really was a very, very appealing woman with a appealing face and a great body. She is Ophis Ouroboros. She is one of the 3 dragon gods, and she is the only woman of them. Currently my only fiancée for the moment. The brunette presented to the dragon, who only gave him a sincere smile, and the brunette returned the greeting, although he could not help but be even more surprised since he was in front of a being that bore the name God in his name. The next one is Kuroka, Kaniko's older sister and one of my 4 girlfriends. I introduced the Nekomata, who gave her a mischievous smile that for some reason she felt that she could get along very well with her. She is Yasaka, former leader of the Yaokai currently, and one of my 4 girlfriends. I introduced the Kitsune, who greeted her calmly. The brunette was very surprised by that since in front of her was a former leader of an entire race. The last but not least one you already know, Irina, the ace of the leader of heaven, and one of my 4 girlfriends. I presented blonde to the angel, who is hugging the brunette tightly since she still had some guilt for everything that happened. The brunette was in total shock, and it was not less since in front of her were beings that could easily erase a country, a dragon goddess, a former leader of an entire race, and the strongest magician in the world. And if we add that Irina is one of the people who is more likely to be the leader of heaven, and let's not forget Kuroka, who is quite surprised to know that she is a sister of Koniko, who had previously shown her strength. Imagine that she, because she was his sister and older, would be even more powerful than her. But at that moment he remembered something. 4. But Hyodo, and here there are only 3 girlfriends because you say 4. The brunette asked with quite an interest, to which the brunette only smiled at that. The other person doesn't live with me, that's why he's not here, but later on you'll surely meet him, the brown-haired man replied with a smile, to which the brunette nodded, although he was curious who it was. Going back to what I did before, girls, I introduce you to Eika Kuryu, one of the few people I can say is friends with. She will currently live with us indefinitely, so I hope you get along, said the brunette, to which he received a hi from everyone, but Kuryu was a little stunned by that. Hyodo, how is that I will live here? I can't do that. I'm already grateful that you helped me. Besides, I need to go back to work, said the brunette, although just listening to her you could tell that she didn't want to in the least. You think I'm gonna let you go like this and more to work in that place if you can barely stand up? You're gonna stay here to be able to recover completely, and because I don't want what happened before to be repeated, that's why I go. To take care of you. Forget about your work. That's already arranged, and you won't go back to work. If you want to work later we can, but now I do it. Your health is important, and I will not take no for an answer, said the brown-haired man firmly, leaving the brunette without actions, although he was really happy to have someone he could trust, and a place where he can rest without thinking that at any moment someone is going to come in and hurt him. Thank you, the brunette whispered, but he had a smile on his face. Those present through their senses could hear him making everyone go up, since they knew that the life of the CHST note had not been appealing at all, and they were happy that now she can be happy and calm. After that moment they all sat down to breakfast while talking calmly. The brown-haired man was happy that his friend talked to the other girls, since that meant that she could adapt to her new life, since the brown-haired man was not going to allow her to return to that hole in which she lived, and was not going to allow her to live again the way she lived. After that morning where everyone was talking calmly, the days continued to pass normally. The CHST nut was adapting little by little, and his health was improving since he could now walk, although he got tired very quickly since his body was still weak. In those days he was able to meet the other girlfriend of the brunette. It should be said that when he saw her he was so surprised that it was the former vice president of his former academy, but what surprised him the most was to see the love that all the girls had for the brunette, and how he showed them his love either without words, details, or sometimes a simple caress showed all the love that the brunette felt for his girls. When she saw them it did not affect her in the least, but as time went by she felt a little jealous, not having the brown-haired man, but that they have a man who loves them so much. During that time the CHSTNU tree went to the CHSTNet house, or rather apartment, although it had only a bed and a few clothes. The brown-haired man, when he saw that, hurt him a lot, but mainly he got angry, and after a few minutes of calming down, he picked up everything that had value and took the clothes and everything else he left, since the brown-haired man had planned to buy him new clothes, and not one where they are all worn out. Although at first the brunette refused, with the help of the girls they convinced her. During this time the brunette had experienced the best days of her life, since not only did she have a place that she managed to call home where she felt comfortable and safe, but she also became very good friends with the other girls, where she felt very happy that she finally has people she could call friends. About the house, the CHSTO tree gave her an unoccupied room where she felt uncomfortable at first because it was very appealing, large and too comfortable, but after a few days she got used to it. At that time he met Volley and their wives, where they came to train with the CHSTNet tree since he was his teacher, something that surprised the CHSTNet a lot. She also discovered that Issei is the owner of the company Red Dragon. This really left her speechless, although seeing that house and the political power he possesses throughout the world should not surprise her, but knowing that from a pervert with no future and alone, he became someone very influential with appealing girls around him. Also in those days Irina definitely went to the house of the brown-haired man, since she did not want to leave him again. Of course the girls had no problems. Even the brown-haired man received her with open arms, although she has not yet had a night with him, but she did not care much, since what she wanted was to be by his side, and decided better to wait for her beloved brown-haired man. He will take her as his own and give her what she has kept so much just for him. The days passed until the day finally came when she had to face the Dragon Queen. The Mau Lucifer had informed him of all the other details such as time, place a few days before. And that brings us to this moment where everyone present in the Hyoto mansion was preparing to leave, even Kiru, who could already walk smoothly, although he still can't run. Of course, the brunette told him everything that had happened with him and the Gremory group. It is not necessary to say that the brunette was super angry. She could not even bet her friend Asia. "Well girls, let's not go," said the now blonde as he changed to Sojiro, so that he would not find out. They all nodded and went in a magic circle to the underworld. "Underworld city of Lilith. Oniai-sama, do you really think he will come?" said a redhead to her appealing Mau, who was next to her waiting in a room very impatiently. "Don't worry, Rias-chan, he will come, since we had reported this matter before. He has to come or else I will look for him to kill him," said a very appealing woman with appealing blue eyes, blue hair, with a precise body of large breasts, a small waist, wide hips, a firm and round butt and long and sissy legs that would leave any man in love with her. She also has a cold aura around her making her look more appealing than ever, and at first glance she was very proud. In the room were the three Maus Surzech, Ajika and Serafal, the latter from the party to be more active, and her way of being has returned a little, although she still has that look of sadness. Next to the green-haired Mau was the appealing blue-haired girl. On the red-haired Mau's side was the entire Gremory entourage next to Kunu, and a little further away from them Ravel. At that moment a magic circle was formed from where the blonde came out with his women. Although everyone present was surprised to see a brunette that they had never seen. Although the Gremory group, when they saw it, they were surprised to see who it was, mainly Asia and Zenobia, who were close friends. But at that moment a question came to the mind of the Gremory group. What is Kiru doing with Sojiro? They all thought at the same time. The blonde man varied the room with his sights and approached where the three Mau are with a calm smile. When the blonde appeared, Ravel ran to her friends who received her with a hug and introduced her to the brunette, where after a few words the blonde phoenix was able to remember her. "It's good that," was the only thing the red-haired Mau said before his sister interrupted him. "You know where my Issei is, tell me where he is." "He's fine, he's injured," said the red-haired Gremory quickly, and it wasn't just her since all the Gremory group began to interrogate him. Everyone in the room was surprised by the actions of the girls, and more so the blonde, who began to get annoyed with so many stupid questions since they don't care if he was okay or not. The blonde let out his aura, letting him sit all over the room and shutting up the Gremory group and leaving a certain blue hair surprised by the powerful aura that was full of authority and power. For some reason when he felt that aura, the blue hair couldn't help but LCK his lip while he formed a smile on his face. The blonde saw the girls of the Gremory group again with a cold and angry look, making them take a step back when they saw him, while a chill passed down his spine and his legs began to fail. He didn't hate them. He really doesn't even wear them, but that they start asking about him as if nothing happened. It made him very angry, and that they say his Issei, that was what angered him the most. "First of all, if I hear any of you say, 'my Issei' again, I assure you that you will be the last thing you will say, and I don't mind starting a war with the demons," said the blonde with a murderous look that began to tremble, while the other people in the room were silent, while the three Maoists and the dragon sweated a lot. They could see that he was talking very seriously. Only his girls, Kiru and Ravel, who were quiet. "Secondly, you shouldn't care if he's okay or not, if he's dead or not, since you forgot and made your life or don't remember that each of you has a boyfriend, a fiancé, even a married woman," the blonde said again, to which the girls lowered their eyes when they heard that truth. "Note, when I say Gremory Group Ross is not included, now get out of my way," said the blonde coldly, making sure that they were all communing since they wouldn't let him talk to the red-haired Mau. "Well, Surzech, here I am as we agreed. Ajika, Serafal," the blonde greeted the three Maoists while he turned to see the blue hair that was next to the green-haired Mau. "You must be Tiamat, the Dragon Queen of Karma and Chaos. It's nice to know you. My name is Sojiro Pendragon," the blonde calmly introduced himself, while the blue hair returned to its serious and cold mode. "You are the person who is a candidate for God Dragon?" asked the blue-haired woman directly. Everyone present was silent, listening to the conversation since she was very curious if it was really him. Although the pigtailed Mau wanted to ask her about the brown man, she decided to wait since she saw that it was not the best time. "Exactly. I was nominated by one of the three dragon gods," the blonde replied calmly while dodging a blow sent by the blue hair. At least you're not a weakling, he said coldly when he saw that one of his blows was easily dodged. But what the is wrong with him? If that blow had hit me, he would have sent me back, even if he hadn't hurt me much. Don't be surprised. Tiamat has a very impulsive and aggressive character if you are not someone close to her. Always be on guard in front of her. Drake warned the blonde that he took his warning very seriously. Tiamat, please don't fight here. That's why we did that confrontation, said the green-haired Mawu to the blue hair, who calmed down since it was true. I hope you're upset about that, asked the red-haired Mawu, hoping to calm the atmosphere since before with his sister they made the blonde angry, and now with that attack he didn't know if he did well to make this fight since he could feel that the blonde was stronger than him in some way, and that made him nervous since he didn't want him as an enemy, but as an ally. Don't worry, I don't bother you, the blonde replied calmly to what the Maoist breathed for that. Well, going back to the main topic, the fight will take place here at Lilith Stadium in 3 hours. In the meantime you can do whatever you like. Plus it will be a public fight, the redhead reported calmly, while the blonde nodded for the information. Very well. Then if you excuse me I'll see you in 3 hours, said the blonde as he walked to where his girls were. Ravel, would you like to join us? Asked the blonde, to which the blonde phoenix nodded immediately. After that he created a magic circle, left the place, leaving everyone breathing a sigh of relief. Laughs, I would ask you not to do that, and so do you. I understand your concern for Issei. I'm also worried about him. But you have to know when to speak and when to shut up. The Mawu scolded the Grimoire group that although he adored his sister thought that this time he went too far. The Grimoire group lowered their heads in regret and shame, although they felt a chill when they remembered those eyes. Besides, Rias, what he said was right. You have already made your life. Even you are already married, said the red-haired Mawu again, seriously, because even though he adores his sister, he has to know that she is no longer a girl, and she has to behave appropriately. After that little meeting, the blonde and his girls only walked around the city until the time for the fight arrived. When they were on their way to the stadium she ran into the Citri group. Immediately Queen Citri went to greet her boyfriend, who received him with the embrace to which she happily received him. It's good to see that you're okay, Su-chan, said the blonde, and then gave his girlfriend another embrace that she received. It's good to see you again, Sona-san, the blonde said now to the heiress Citri, who felt a little uncomfortable since she hadn't yet settled her feelings for the blonde. It's still good to see again. It's been a while, said the heiress Citri with a slight smile. She always liked to be in the presence of the blonde because for some reason his aura calmed her. The blonde greeted the entire Citri group, to which they returned the greeting, although a certain blonde pawn was in a bad way. The two groups continued their way together, and the two were going to the stadium, although not only them, since the fight was public many people go to see it. Along the way, the blonde won the gaze of many people. Either men saw him with jealousy and women with, but the blonde did not take them seriously, since he was talking to the heiress Citri, who was on one side, while the other side was hugging Queen Citri, and his girls did not care since she was the one who spent the least time with the blonde. When they arrived they were all divided since the blonde girls had a reserved place, just like the Citri group, although Queen Citri left with her beloved. With the 3 hours past the fight was about to start. The blonde and the blue hair were already in the center of the field. The spectators were all gathered among them. There were demons, dragons, fallen, some yaokais. There was even one or another angel watching the fight. In one of the private rooms were the leaders of the alliance, the 4 Maoists, though amazingly the Mawu Asmodeus was awake. In the room there was also Miguel Azazal, Odin, and Yasaka as the representative of his daughter, who was not yet ready for situations like this since she was still afraid to be with the other leaders. This is going to make it very interesting. That brat gives off a great aura of pure power, commented the Norse god while rubbing his beard and looking at the blonde very analytically. Yes, I can also see that he is hiding all his strength, said the leader of heaven while analyzing the blonde. Who do you think will win? Asked the fallen man with great interest since he could not see the result of the fight. You don't know. The fight may be close. The red-haired Mawu is happy. Sojiro is going to win, commented the Kitsune, earning everyone's attention. Because you say so, Yasaka, asked the green-haired Mawu, very curious since he knew the strength of the blue hair. He has already passed the level of a dragon king for a long time. He is a candidate for dragon god because as much as Off-Eyes and Great Red know his strength, that is why they take him as one of them. Yasaka replied with a calm smile, but surprising everyone for that. But even so, he's going to fight seriously because he knows how she is. But they'll still see a great fight, I finished saying Kitsune, to which everyone was silent and got ready to watch the fight. In the center of the stadium were two people staring at each other. I hope you don't hold back, said the Dragon Queen seriously. Don't worry, I wasn't going to do it, said the blonde calmly. While Graphia presented the match, the two combatants prepared to fight. When the albino said I started, the two threw themselves at high speed against each other. When they were in front of the other, they threw a punch that when they collided created a great expansive wave. But the blonde immediately attacked again, giving her a strong paw on the ribs. The blue hair is going to counterattack with a kick, but the blonde blocks her and gives her a blow that makes her retreat a little. The blue hair was surprised by the tremendous strength that the blonde has, and not only that, since she saw that he is quite fast. She attacked again, but this time it would be mined, and with Yoda her strength, since the blonde was not holding back. Although she had a smile on her face when she saw that he did not underestimate her. The blonde covers himself with a blow, but is surprised since the blue hair broke his defense and gave him a strong blow in the stomach, assuming that the blonde is surprised by the great force of that blow. But it didn't end now. The blue hair gave him another blow to the face and a kick in the ch, and that sent him crashing against a large rock, since the field in which they were fighting was very rocky. Never even if you broke my defense, but that's not going to happen anymore, said the blonde coming out of the rubble to send his veils to his mind with her who was waiting for him. But when she was a little meter away, the blonde disappeared, surprising her until she felt a strong pain in her back that sent her crashing into the rubble that the blonde was before. Let my guard down, but that won't happen again, said the blue hairdresser, sitting up. I hope so, after all, we've just started, said the blonde with a calm smile. The two smiled and disappeared to appear and see that they had connected one blow each, creating a crater from the big blow. They disappeared from everyone's sight again, but could hear the loud crashes as craters appeared where the two passed. In the room's fence, what speed, Azazel said, very surprised. Well, it's not for nothing that she's the strongest of the Dragon Kings, the green-haired man commented with a serious look. But they could, right, said Serzech seriously. The brat is hiding his true strength, Odin said with a serious look. And it's not all, the boy has all the advantage, commented the Mauus Modius, also with a serious look. Yasaka, who is listening to everything, could only smile at what they said. She imagined if they knew who he really is they would get the surprise of their lives. In the field we can see how the blue Pelly tried to dodge all the blows, but it was very difficult for her since the blonde was very fast and his blows were stronger. The blue hair separated from him to think about something. Unfortunately, it did not work for her since the blonde did not leave her and went at full speed to her. The blonde kicked him in the ch, and making the blue hair recede a little, immediately grabbed his leg and with all his strength threw him to the ground. But she didn't finish there, as she gave him a strong leg on the back, making a small crater. He was going to kick him again, but the blonde grabbed his leg and threw it against a rock while he tried to sit up. How the hell can he hit so strong? Those two punches hurt me a lot, thought the blonde as he recovered from that strong kick. I told you to be careful, even though you are stronger than her. She tends to turn things around. Not for nothing is she the most powerful of the Dragon Kings. Alberto D-Drag to his partner. The blonde was going to answer, but realized that the blue hair threw itself at where he was with great speed. But when he was going to counterattack, by instinct the blonde crouched, dodging a leg that came from behind. When I get there, the blonde thou. GHT very surprised by that speed. He moved away a little to take a distance, but the blue hair reappeared behind him and gave him a strong blow on the back of the blonde, who was going to send him flying, but before he held his hand and gave him another blow in the face, held him again and gave him another in the ch sent. It was going to be like that, but the blonde stopped one of his punches to give him a headbutt that made the blue hair retreat. Once loose, he gave her a hook that raised her. The blonde jumped and kicked her with an axe, so that she shot down and created a large crater when she hit the ground. The blonde decade at high speed to kick him, but the blue hair dodged it to kick the blonde in the ch sent. But when he was going to hit him, he sends a blow, and the two collide, creating a great wave of, or I was going to hit him, he sends a blow, and the two collide, creating a great wave of wind, and they continued like this, creating several waves of wind. Viewers are very surprised by this display of power. They were all covered by the wind waves that the two created. In the leader's room, none of them said anything, since even they had difficulty if he faced Tiamat. I feel the case of the four Maoists, Michael, Azazel and Yasaka, since Odin did not. Note, of course, Surzech and Ajika without unleashing their true powers. Blonde girl's room, it looks like. Tiamat has trained lately, Offeyes commented calmly. How amazing, Tiamat-sama is really very strong, the magician commented with surprise. Not for nothing is she the most powerful of the Naya Dragon Kings, said the Nekomata, also very surprised. Ravel were speechless because of the high level of the fight, while Kiru could barely see anything but could understand that this fight was surprising. They're not wrong, Offeyes said, seeing the blue hair that fought with his blonde. What do you mean, Naya? The Nekomata asked the dragon for what she said before, and not only her, since the others saw her interested. Tiamat is no longer at the level of a dragon king, but she is almost at the level of a celestial dragon, replied the dragon seriously, surprising everyone in the room, although she did not take her eyes off the blue movie since she could imagine how things would end. It seems that these 10 years Tiamat wasted no time, the dragon finished saying seriously, surprising the girls even more, and the most powerful being, he could not have weak women. Although they knew that the blonde didn't care about that. Even Kiru wanted to be strong, but knew that he couldn't, at least not now. On the battlefield the fight was getting more and more intense. It had been quite some time since the fight had started, and the only thing that happened was that each moment intensified more and more. At this moment the two were exchanging blows, and the blonde was having a strong time since the blue hair was really powerful. SHT, if I don't do something I'll lose, although I could beat him if I use my balance breaker, but everyone would know who I am, the blonde thought carefully. I never thought that Tiamat would become so strong. It is almost at the same level as mine and Albion's. Drake commented, very surprised by the level that the blue hair had. I never thought she would become so strong, the blonde commented with a sincere smile that the Chella Drake could only imagine one thing, and smiled also about what may happen to the two of them in the future. At that moment they both bumped their fists, creating another wave of wind, but more powerful than before, making both take a step back. I never imagined you were so powerful, said the dragon with a smile. You are not far behind either. You have really surprised me. I never thought that despite being appealing you were also very powerful, said the blonde with a smile that made the blue hair blush. What the hell are you saying? Said the blue movie nervously and very blushing because of how appealing she was. What's wrong with me because I wear it like that because of a guy like him, thought the blue hair, very upset. Oh, besides being appealing, shy, I'm really getting more and more interested in you, said the blonde, surprising the blue hair that turned redder than before. But what's wrong with me because I said that? The blonde thought, very surprised by his words, hoping that it wasn't what he thought. He stopped thinking about it and attacked the blue hair again, making it go to attack him as well. In the room of the blonde girls they are all amazed by the blonde's words, since he was not like that. As I thought, said the dragon in the air. After listening to that conversation, they all saw her again to explain the reason for that behavior and that talk. Dragons are warm BLD beings. We look for a partner who is stronger than us females. In the case of males, who is strong, quite strong, those are our instincts. Sajiro is a pure dragon, and her instincts are very developed. Tiamat is a pure dragon who also has her instincts are very developed, said the dragon, seeing if the other girls understood the reference. That means that they are both mutually attracted, asked the magician, very interested in that point. Since being part dragon she had studied about it. All the other girls were shocked by that fact. If you all think about it, it is not so strange. Each of us are beings that are beyond the normal. Yasaka can be said to be the strongest of her race. Kuroka, who can face extremely powerful beings that others cannot. Lefei is that she can be said to be the most powerful magician. Tsubaki, who despite not being very powerful stands out from the others, and by a lot. Irina, who until now is becoming strong, but before she was someone who stood out. And about me, I don't have to mention it, the dragon said again, leaving all those mentioned in shock since they had not thought about it. Although Ravel and Kiru were a little confused by what they were saying. He is an extremely powerful being, and power attracts power. This principle can also be used that attracts strong women, as well as each one of us, as is happening with Tiamat. His instincts recognize how strong she is, so he begins to see her as a future partner. In this same way it happens to her, since being the second strongest woman. The only males that she could be interested are Drake and Albion, who are the only ones who are on her enzyme since she wants a stronger partner than her. But those two were only interested in their fights. There are also the dragon gods, but they do not look at her since being with strong women. But it is something that he has not realized, said the dragon with a calm smile, while she saw everyone. While none of them said anything, but they all had to agree with that explanation because it seemed to be true, and if we add Seraphol and Gabriel, women who are extremely powerful, they could not find another explanation. They all kept silent and got ready to watch the fight. On the battlefield, the blonde gave a strong blow to the stomach to the blue hair that he counterattacked with a kick to the face. The blonde thought that the best thing to do was to finish the fight since he didn't know if the blue hair could turn the battle around. With that idea, she began to expel her aura while increasing her power. When the blue hair felt her not and let out her aura, although it is very strong, it was not as strong as the blonde's. Some rocks the blonde appeared and kicked her in the back that sent her upwards. The blonde reappeared next to her and kicked her again that sent her shooting against the ground, creating a smoke screen and a large crater. Note: in this fic Tiamat is going to make an ice dragon. Why? Because I wanted is also my favorite element. When he was going to attack again, he had to dodge an ice breath. He saw again who it was. He was surprised since it was Tiamat, who until now uses his dragon breath. The blonde landed on a rock that as soon as he did it was destroyed since the blonde jumped towards the blue hair that threw his breath. The blonde did the same, only that this was fire that on contact created a large curtain of steam that no one could see anything. But they could feel and hear the strong exchanges of both as they created sound waves. Inside the steam, the blonde dodged a kick from the blue hair while counterattacking with a kick to the CH since that was blocked. They were like this for a while until the blue hair kicked the blonde in the CH since that made him retreat a little, but he immediately counterattacked a blow that also made her retreat a little, but it did not end there since the blonde attacked again with a strong blow that stunned the blue hair and then released a kick that made her retreat more and threw a great flare to which the blue Pelly could only throw her cold breath to counter, but she did not have much time and much of the attack hit her, leaving the blue Pelly unconscious from fatigue, the damage received, and from the last attack. The blonde breathed a little and approached her little by little to lift her carefully in the shape of a princess. He was glad she was well, and she was only tired, so he began to walk with her in his arms, while the spectators are speechless from the great battle they saw. One of them began to applaud until little by little the others followed since that was a great fight. The leaders are all silent until one broke the silence. "Come on, that boy did surprise us. I never thought he had that power," said the fallen man, quite surprised. "But I don't think that was all your power, or I'm wrong, Yasaka," asked the leader of heaven, hoping to clarify his doubts. "You're right, Miguel, he's much stronger than that. It's not for nothing that he's a candidate for Dragon God." Although a certain Pigtails Mau for some reason felt her heart happy to see the blonde win, and even more so to see how strong he is. The leaders left the room in search of the blonde and found him in a large room where he was congratulated for his clashes, causing great zeal to the leaders to be surrounded by appealing women. Well, almost all of them, since Miguel could not have those feelings because he was an angel. Yasaka stepped forward while moving her hips from side to side, leaving the leaders hypnotized by the movement until she arrived at the blonde, who embraced her, to which he happily returned, leaving the leaders with much more jealousy than before for seeing that scene. DMN lucky one, they all thought at the same time. The group Gremory was also in the room, but they were away from the blonde as they still remember what he said before. There was also the group Citri, as Sona wanted to congratulate the blonde, although she felt a little jealous when she saw her queen embrace him, but she discarded that feeling. "Congratulations on winning," Cersei said, approaching the blonde with the other leaders. "You are someone really strong," as Issei commented with his typical smile. "But that's not all your power, right, brat?" Odin said, who despite hearing it from the Kitsune, wanted to finish confirming it with him. "Exactly, that's not all my power, and if you ask how powerful I am, I'd rather keep it to myself," the blonde calmly answered, anticipating the question he was going to ask. "Ha ha ha ha, I like you, brat," said old Odin with a smile. After talking for a few more minutes with the leaders, and after having a small talk with Sona, who at that moment Seraphol was staring at them, the blonde left with his girls, but not before leaving Ravel at his house. Although all the time the blonde realized that the Gremory group wanted to say something, but he always ignored them since he already knew what they were going to ask. And although he no longer loves them, he did bother him that they were like that, as if everything was normal when he appeared again. After that day things continued normally, although he realized that Tiamat was looking for him. But he did not say where he was since it was not yet time to talk to her because he felt confused about her. Also in this time the brunette had recovered and the brunette continued to let her stay at home since he did not want the same thing to happen to her. Besides that lately she liked her company very much, and had to admit she was someone real appealing mind. Her body despite not having much made her look very appealing and Issei. Along with her brown hair and appealing eyes, it could not be denied that she had an appealing face, and the brown man already missed her way of being since her suggestions and perverted comments making both Lefay and Irina blush for what was said. Even Sabaki was not saved because despite having intimacy with the blonde, the suggestions of the brunette made the three girls blush. Even more so Irina that she had not yet been NTMT and more than once fainted completely red. But also the brown man took revenge on the CHST nut, since sometimes he played along with her making her be cornered more than once making her blush furiously, and has never had contact with the other gender. Although once when the CHST nut was passing through one of the corridors when by pure chance the CHST nut tree came out of the thermal bath, only on a towel making it impossible not to see it and blushing furiously. The CHST nut when he saw it like this smiled wickedly, and cornered the CHST nut that looked like a defenseless kitten against a tiger, that before the CHST nut tree digested anything the CHST nut fainted from seeing the brown-haired man was well-formed body, and it was even worse when he saw a large bundle that hid his towel. This was because inside the hot springs were Yasaka and Kuroka with a big smile since their beloved blonde had made them his own 5 times in a row, to which they did not put but and rather wanted it to be a 6th. That way time passed quietly for the blonde and his girls following their duties, although Kuroka and Off-Ice had told him that Ross was acting very strange lately. That worried the brunette a lot since he saw the silver movie again. He realized that what he felt was love for her, but he was not going to do anything, and he only wanted her to be happy with her husband. A pain ran through him when he remembered that he had a husband, but he did not say or do anything since it was his fault for being so slow and not clarifying what he felt before. But knowing that lately he acted strange, that worried him. Also, at that time he realized that Tiamat was still looking for him. He gave up because after all he was attracted to her, and after a talk with the girls and mainly with Off-Ice, he decided to wait to reveal his identity to see how he acts. Issei at that time continued his work with his company. He also went to see Sona to see how everyone was doing and talk a little with her since lately he began to feel something for her, but he kept quiet and waited to clarify that to see if it was love or just affection. Although in one of their conversations the heiress Citri mentioned that her sister asked about him, that surprised him a lot, but he felt bad not being able to tell him who he really was. But he promised himself that once he revealed himself, he would do anything to make the pigtailed Mau happy. In that way 2 months had already passed since that fight, and the brown man had become very attached to the brunette. At this moment he was in the room spending time with Off-Ice, who was lying on his CH and letting the brown man caress her hair, while she let herself be pampered by the most important person in her life, and the only one she loves. On one side was Yasaka, who was lying down to her beloved while he caressed her appealing hair and her kitsune ears, making her feel extremely happy by the touch, since she could feel all the love and affection that her beloved had for her, making her let herself be pampered while enjoying the tranquility and love that the only person she loves gives her. A few minutes passed until Lefay appeared in a magic circle with something in his hand. "Issei-sama, we have problems," said the mage in a hurry. Yasaka opened her eyes and Off-Ice did not move but paid attention to what would happen. The magician hands him the envelope, and when he opens it, he could not help but frown, while Yasaka and Off-Ice were surprised by that, since what he had in his hand was nothing more and nothing less than an invitation to the wedding of the heir Barbados and the 4th daughter of the Phoenix House. "It seems that Lady Phoenix did not take my advice," said the brown-haired man with a slight anger in his tone. "Issei, what are we going to do?" asked the kitsune, a little worried about the blonde phoenix, since in spite of everything she is one of the people who has longed and loved her brunette the most. "Don't worry, Yasa-chan. Everything is going to be fine. I just have to go with the demonic council and finish arranging some documents. Once finished and signed by those old men, not even the god of the Bible himself can take her away from me," said the brunette with a smile, to which the girls calmed down. They also knew very well what their beloved was like. "Fei-chan, stay with Ravel and calm her down. I imagine she's going to be very upset by this news. If you can, take Irina to help you," the blonde asked, to which Maga nodded and went to look for the angel. "Do you think everything will be fine?" asked the kitsune a little worried. Don't worry, Yasa-chan, everything is going to be fine, said the brown-haired man as he caressed his head again, making him calm down again. But then we just arrive and take it by force. It's not like someone can stop us, said the dragon still lying on her beloved saint. The brown-haired man smiled at the aforementioned, and although he was right, he wanted to leave that subject without problems, although if he can't do anything else he takes it by force. The brown-haired man embraced the dragon, to which she happily embraced him back. After that invitation, the blonde traveled several times to the underworld to talk about the subject of marriage, but he didn't have much progress, so he thought that if they don't agree, he's going to have to show them who he is and do it by force. Almost a week before Ravel's wedding, something happened that was not planned. Sakuyute, a rather serious voice was heard from a magic circle that caught the attention of everyone in the house. What's going on? Shiva, said the brown-haired man seriously, as he noticed the god a little agitated. Although when the brown-haired man said that name, all those present tensed and were surprised to know who he was. It has appeared, said the god very hurriedly, surprising the brown-haired man and confusing the girls. Where? Was the only thing the Chstinu tree asked seriously. In Romania he is attacking vampires, although I don't know why, but if he has already made a move, it will not be good at all since he does not care if they discover him, said the god hurriedly. Elmenhilda, thought the brown-haired man, worrying about the only vampire who had ever had feelings. At this moment I am going there, I need you to go too, I finished saying the god seriously. I'll be right away, was the only thing the brown-haired man said seriously, cutting off communication. The brown-haired man turned to where his girls who were still confused were there. Girls, stay here, I need to attend to something. Urgent, the brown-haired man reported, creating a magic circle to leave without letting them. Say Nafa since time will be necessary. Wait, Issei, what happens? Asked the kitsune, stopping the brown-haired man. Indra appeared and is attacking Romania. When he said those words, everyone was shocked. Of course Kiru already knew everything since Issei told him why he had not shown himself before. He immediately created a circle of communication. Volley, said the brown-haired man, communicating with the albino. Issei. The albino was heard to say, a little surprised by his friend's serious tone. Indra appeared. He is attacking Romania, Shiva, and I'm already going there, the brown-haired man informed, to which albino was surprised by that. I'll see you there, said the albino seriously. Volley, I don't know how the situation will be there, but when you arrive attack with everything you have, don't hold back. It was the last thing the brown-haired man said to cut off communication and create a circle to leave. Wait, Eyes, we're going too, Off-Eyes said, seriously knowing that this guy was extremely dangerous, and even more so if he has the powers of Trihexa. We are not going to take no for an answer, Issei-sama, said the magician with determination. We promise to be with you in good times and bad, and this is no exception, Irina said seriously. Although she knew she was the weakest, she was not going to be left behind. She had trained a lot to reach the level of the others, and although she lacks it, she was not going to give up. The brown-haired man was happy about that. He was extremely happy to know that he had girls who supported him, but he was not sure about this decision. Eyes, I already lost you once. I won't lose you a second time. I don't care that I won't let you go alone, even if you go to the end of the world. I'll accompany you, said the girl with a smile that the others followed. It's okay, girls, let's go. But don't be overconfident and attack with everything. The brown-haired man ended up giving up because of the stubbornness of his loved ones, but he was also very happy. Kiru, stay here, we'll come back later, said the brown-haired man, leaving the Chstinu alone. When they left, the brunette clenched her fists tightly because of the frustration she felt at being useless to the only person who helped her and protected her, in addition to the only person who has been developing feelings. Because I'm so weak, said the brunette when remembering her past, that because of her weakness she ended up in that state, and now the world is preparing for a war that will define everyone's destiny, and she can't do anything. At that moment she felt so frustrated. Romania in the territory of the vampires, it was in total chaos, even though there were not many dead, although there was great destruction. Indra's servants destroyed everything without importing anything, and among them were some Mara generals who were gods of minor storms, although their outside is quite remarkable. During the last 10 years the Teeps and Carmelia factions united, and now all the vampires were a single faction. This was due to the destruction and damage that Rizvim caused at that time. They had to unite in case of a possible attack. Among them, Elmenhilda Karnstein was chosen as ruler, because she was a very influential person with the leaders of the alliance, and she was also one of the few people close to the great hero of the war against the evil dragon, Hyodo Issei. At this time, vampires, thanks to their unity, were able to avoid great losses being only material. In the main castle was the leader and queen of the vampire faction, Elmenhilde Karnstein, who was on the ground with multiple wounds and BLD coming out in various parts from where she had her wounds. Vala, I never thought you would endure so long, Indra laughed arrogantly when he saw the pitiful state of the leader of the vampires. That happens to you for opposing me and not giving me what I want, Indra said with great arrogance. The vampire was with her fists clenching them because of the calamity that had fallen on them. First it was Raisvim who barely came out alive, but now another calamity has arrived, being stronger than devastating. This is our destiny, to be destroyed, and this time the person who saved us is no longer there. The vampire thought with great pain in her heart when she saw how that god prepared a lightning bolt to end his life. Her miserable life, since for her that was a miserable life because of everything that has happened to her loved ones. First it was Raisvim destroyed my beloved homeland. Despite the fact that we survived, another misfortune in his life was silenced by man. The only man she had ever fallen in love with had left her to save her world from that dress, and everything was seen by her helplessly, leaving her with a deep pain in her heart for never being able to see him again, and it was even worse since she could not even confess her feelings to him. And now there is that DMN god about to destroy the last thing he has left in his life along with his life. At that moment a smile formed on his face, even though he was always a serious person. Now he had an appealing smile on his appealing face that, despite having BLD, did not take away from him how appealing he looked. At least I can meet you again in the Most Aya, and if not, at least I hope to meet you again in my other life, to tell you what I could never tell you for lack of courage. The vampire thought to herself with a smile on her face that anyone would be delighted to see. Indra carried his thunderbolt, threw it at the vampire, who simply stood there waiting for his inevitable death while he sought her eyes. And a tear ran down her cheek, and she remembered those words that she could never say to her. I love you, Issei, whispered the vampire, happy to see the man who stole her heart known. The beam charged at high speed and with great power towards the vampire that created a huge explosion upon impact. The vampire had her eyes closed waiting for her death, but after pronouncing those words the next thing she heard was a great explosion of, for some reason, she did not feel anything, and she realized that someone was in front of her. With fear she opened her eyes little by little only to find the person she has longed to see. Night and day, that person who had stolen her heart. In front of her was none other than Hyodo Issei. A feeling began to run through her body after seeing it. Sadness, happiness, and mainly love were some of the feelings that the vampire experienced, while tears formed on her face. Next to the vampire came Yasaka and Kuroka along with Offeyes, Lefei and Arena, who arrived behind her. But the vampire was staring at the brown-haired man in front of her, hoping that it is not an illusion. The brown-haired man who was staring at the god turned to where the vampire was and gave her a sincere smile full of love and affection, that when the vampire saw her, she could not help but shed tears of happiness. The brunette bent down and caressed the vampire's cheek. Anyone else who touched her would end up dead, but that shoulder in front of her was the only man who could touch her. Feeling the touch, the vampire could not help but handcuff a smile full of happiness of love, while the brown-haired man smiled affectionately at her. Seeing her like this, a pain formed in the CHST-Nutree's heart for not being able to protect her. It's not a dream, was the only thing she said before falling unconscious from fatigue and her injuries. The CHST-Nut man holds her and sells her in the shape of a princess, while he saw the appealing face of the vampire. Who would have imagined that I would turn you into a supremely appealing woman? Even more appealing than you were before, said the brown-haired man with a sincere, but also melancholy smile. He passed the vampire to Lefei. Fei-chan, please cure her. When Kuro-chan finishes, Yasa-chan help him with his senjutsu. Off ice, Irina protect them in the meantime, and if you can eliminate as many enemies as you can, the brown-haired man asked his beloved, and they all nodded seriously and left the place, leaving only his beloved and that mad god. Note: Lefei can heal since healing magic, but it is not like Asia's ability that heals immediately, but it can heal non-lethal wounds even if it is slowly. Issei always asks the girls to do something like in the previous comment, but he never orders them anything since they are his future wives and not his SLV, so he always asks what they always do because they love and trust him." The brown-haired man turned to look at the god seriously, while he had an arrogant smile. Fence, but look what we have here, the great and powerful Securite," said the god mockingly, but the brown-haired man was only there looking at him without saying or doing anything. "I have to say that it is a great surprise to see you alive," the god said again with great arrogance, but the brown-haired man still did not answer him. "You know, after killing you and defeating all the factions and putting myself as the only supreme god, I plan to take good care of your women. I think we can have a lot of fun," the god said mockingly while laughing. But the only thing out of nowhere, he saw how a Karm stain approached him and gave him a strong blow in the face that sent him crashing into a wall. "You can say all you want about me. You can insult me as you please. But," said the brown-haired man as a crimson aura began to surround him more and more, and the god came out of that place with an angry look. "But never. I will never let you talk or touch my loved ones. You heard me, you bastard," the brown-haired man shouted furiously as the aura formed a crimson pillar and the whole place began to compress. Then out of nowhere a powerful aura began to be felt all over the place, surprising the god since it could rival him. But then he listened. "The one who dwells in me is the red dragon. I am the crimson red dragon, who will rise to supremacy. The one who possesses me is the crimson celestial dragon, who will become the king of darkness, the brilliant black of the goddess of infinity. This is the shining god of dreams and illusions. He transcends the limits that one believes to be a forbidden existence. This is the call of infinite dragon, and its power dragon infinite drive." When the chant ended, the crimson pillar disappeared, revealing now the armor that rivals a god, and was at the level of stopping the Trihexa, while its power overflowed everywhere, leaving the god to have an expression of surprise. But he immediately became serious. "I'll send you straight to hell," said the brown-haired man with quite fury as he threw himself with great speed towards the god, who could not help but be surprised by the great speed, receiving a strong blow to the face, sending him flying and crashing into several walls and pillars. But that did not end, since the CHST nut followed him to make him suffer. After having destroyed several walls and pillars of the castle, the god was able to stabilize himself and saw how the CHST nut tree approached him quickly. In a quick movement they collided, creating that the whole area trembled slightly from the strong impact. But the god was confident, and the exchange was won by the CHST nut, making him take several steps back. The CHST nut tree wasted no time and created 2 magic circles from which a large fire and a tornado of wind came out. The god was surprised by that, but he was even more surprised when he saw how the tornado absorbed the fire, creating a huge tornado of fire that hit him in front of him, making him scream in pain. When the tornado disappeared, the god could be seen with small parts of his body burned and his clothes mostly burned. The brown-haired man knew that he had not done much to him since he was a god for a reason. With his jet, he rushed at high speed that when he was in front, he gave him a strong blow to the face that Indra could not avoid, as he was still stunned by the previous attack. When the brown-haired man was about to give him another Indra, he recovered and hit him in the CH, since that made him retreat. When the brown-haired man looked up to see him, he was already in the air preparing a kick to the face that sent him crashing against a column. Indra did not wait for anything and sent several lightning bolts that made the CHST nut tree scream in pain when he hit him. He quickly ran from the rain of lightning and began to escape from them. "It was heard from the CHST nut tree. With his jet, he approached the god, who received him with a strong kick in the CH, saying "DD." The CHST nut held his foot and hit him against the ground strongly, making him spit out a little BLDDD. Charged the CHST nut tree at every moment, preparing his attack. A little further away from the fight, and the girls were quickly moving away, as she knew that she was not going to make it easy for her beloved, and did not want to hinder him, since with his current level, even Off-Eyes would have problems with him, if it is true that he has the power of the Trihexa. "Do you really think it's okay?" asked the reincarnated angel with a lot of concern. "Don't worry, he's going to be fine. Naya, this," Nekomata answered, although you could hear a little concern in her tone. But despite saying those words, the girls were still worried about their beloved, and they were even more worried when they felt how the whole place began to shake, and they saw again where the fight was, only to observe a pillar of light, and then they could see how a pillar of fire rose from a distance, worrying the girls even more for the well-being of their beloved. "You don't have to worry about Eyes. Is not someone you can easily harm. Besides killing him, you can say that it is impossible after all, already to death 3 times, and all 3 times he has come back," said the dragon quite confidently, making everyone calm down in a great way. Besides, our priority is the vampire, said the dragon again, who launched a sphere of energy, killing some enemies that were in her path. Issei-sama is right. Issei-sama will not die in any way, since he knows that we are going to wait for him, said the magician, continuing to fly at high speed while she healed the vampire little by little. Note: the way Yasaka and Kiroka can fly is because of their senjutsu. By handling it to such a high degree, they can use the powers of nature to fly like Naruto in their Ashura mode. About Lefei. Is a magician. She has levitation spells. In addition to that, she can heal, although this magic is of high grade and not anyone can use it. It also does not heal like the ability to heal non-lethal wounds and slowly. They are right, Naya. After all, she still hasn't given me the child I want, Naya, said the Nekomata with an amused smile. The other girls smiled at what was said, although Lefei and Arena blushed at what was said, but did not deny it since they also wanted to give a child to their beloved. We better hurry up. You can feel that Shiva is on the other side of the city fighting against two pretty strong guys, and not long ago I could feel Vali arrive, who is now fighting in the city, but you have to go and support him since I can feel several Marut among the soldiers, the dragon informed, making everyone get serious since they remembered that the Marut were low-level gods, but very powerful, so much so that they should not be underestimated. The girls quickened their pace, eliminating anyone who crossed their path. In another part of the city, the albino was with his wives in a rather difficult situation since they knew that he had to fight against Indra's army, but they did not think that those Marut generals were so powerful. The albino was facing 3 of them, making his movements very limited, while the girls in this one were fighting 3 others who barely kept them at bay. At one moment, Vali spat out some BLD as he received a powerful blow to his stomach. It was going to hit him again, but the albino blocked him and hit the Marut, making him retreat a little. He turned and gave a paw and a few blows to another while blocking the 3rd Marut. One of them launched a magical torrent that the albino used, deflecting towards another guy, but then he received a kick in the back, making him take a few steps forward. One of the Marut took advantage and hit him twice in the face, causing him to spit BLD. When he was going to counterattack, he received another blow from the side, causing him to shoot against some debris. Note: yes, Vali is more powerful than that, but remember that he started his training from scratch, and as soon as it reached again the power he had before, that's why he is not so strong. For now, Vali, said the wives of the albino, who went to see if they were okay. They were reassured when they saw them leave, but they were worried when they saw that his armor was destroyed and he had BLD on some parts of his body. The generals who were fighting with the 5 girls launched powerful beams that went straight at the girls, who were surprised by their speed and waited for the impact. The albino saw that and quickly summoned 3 white wyverns that stood in front of his girls. Reflect was heard from those little dragons, making the attacks divert elsewhere. The girls were surprised and happy that their loved one had protected them, but they also felt frustrated that they were too weak. I won't let them touch any of my wives. For that they have to go through my corpse, said the albino seriously, putting himself in front of them and activating his armor again. This simple spell and those simple words left the girls completely red minds and happy to see when their beloved husband appreciated and loved them, in that they decided to become stronger, to be with their husband in good times and bad, and never let him down. They were really happy to have a husband like the albino, and in these situations is where they realize when they love and appreciate them. They all smiled at that fact. We won't leave you alone, Maya commented, standing next to the man who loves. After all, you are our husband, Lavani said with a smile, also standing next to her husband. And we are your wives, Recon commented, standing next to her husband. We promise to be with you in good times and bad, and this is no exception, Bilia continued with her husband. We are going to demonstrate the power of the wives of the most powerful Hakuruyuku, Lavania finished saying with a smile, making the others smile in the same way, making the albino can't help but smile when they have wives like them. Who would have thought I'd end up with people like that, said the albino to himself amusedly. It seems that Hyoto Issei influenced you a lot in even getting married, Albion said, while laughing at it as he remembered how before he didn't even look at a woman. When the albino was going to say something, he could feel someone approaching them. He cursed himself if they were more enemies, but to his relief they were his friend's girls. They need a hand, Yasaka said, descending and preparing for the fight. In the same way, all the others repeated the action. Only Lefei, who was still curing the vampire. The dragon stood by the albino's side. Issei, was the only thing the albino said to the dragon, who had a serious expression. "In the castle fighting with Indra," the dragon replied seriously, while the albino cursed himself for not being able to increase his power faster since he could barely handle those Marut. And if he fights someone like Indra, he was sure that he was going to kill him without any effort, or at least now. "For now the best thing will be to concentrate on eliminating these things," said the dragon, to which they all nodded and threw themselves into the great battle that awaited them. Only Offeyes and Lefay stayed behind, as the magician was with the vampire and Offeyes to protect them from any attack. The brunette felt a little uncomfortable, as she could feel how those Marut were very strong beings, as well as low-level gods, but despite that they were still gods. Even so, she did not hesitate and threw herself into combat with her soul, knowing that she was the weakest of them, and she felt bad for being so weak, but she would still fight alongside her friends. No. She was going to give her all in this battle, and she was not going to give up, as she knew that her beloved was in a tougher and more dangerous battle than this. With a loud small scream, his lightsaber against one of those guys and blocked another with a second lightsaber. With his new double sword style, he felt that it would help him in that battle, and he thanked his boyfriend for teaching him that style. While a great battle was raging in the city outside the castle, it was no exception, since the CHST nut and the god attacked each other right and left. Each attack was dedicated to killing his opponent, and although the god received a lot of damage at first, after seeing the power of the CHST tree, he did not hesitate anymore and also attacked with everything. Didi, the brown-haired man, continued to carry loads throughout the fight, as he was preparing one of his best attacks. Both individuals hit each other with everything. The god had more strength than the CHST nut, since not for nothing he was the king of the gods of Hindu mythology, in addition to the fact that he is also the god of war and storms of that fraction, making his strength nothing like a game. Indra sent the CHST nut tree to make his debut against a tree, making him spit BLD. The fight began a while ago, and it only became more intense every moment. The CHST nut knew that it was not going to be easy, but he never thought that it will be so difficult that Diamond God is giving him a good fight. The brown-haired man got up and recomposed his armor where the god had broken it, since his blows were very strong. That caused you to have several wounds from which BLD came out, but even so he did not give up, since he had also caused the same damage to him. Dragon shoot through the CHST nut tree, to which the god dodged, but was surprised to see his enemy next to him. The CHST nut tree gave him a strong leg of the CHST nut tree and sent him to premiere against some trees that he broke due to the strong impact. He did not hesitate and approached the god quickly, giving him a strong blow in the face, to which the god returned it. Both collided several blows with each other, creating that his surroundings tremble from the great power. The brown-haired man was with his penetrate ability all the time, making the damage even greater. The two recoiled from the impact of the last shared punch. Both could see that they were a little tired. After all, the fight had been going on for a long time. "Cursed, I'm going to kill for harming a god," Indra said, as they created a huge black beam charged with great power, ready to throw it at the CHST nut tree. "Let's see if you have the guts to do what you say," said the brown-haired man, carrying a large amount of energy in his CH scent, ready to attack the god with everything. "Death Ray Long in a smasher," they both shouted at the same time, letting their attacks collide with each other, creating a huge explosion when they saw that he sends them both back. The smoke from the attacks covered the entire fighting field, but they still knew that the other was alive, as they could feel his auras, which had weakened but not disappeared. I'm tired of games. I'm going to kill you at once," Indra shouted with great anger as a black aura formed in his being. Immediately the brown-haired man could recognize it as the aura of the Trihexa. He also raised his aura to enter his last phase. He was not going to lose, much less die, now that he has beings that he knows waited for him for 10 years. But when the chant was about to begin, one of the generals appeared in front of Indra and knelt in front of him. "Indra-sama, we have found it, and we have been able to secure everything," reported that general, making the god smile big. While the brown-haired man cursed himself for whatever they had obtained, he knew that it was nothing good. "Ha ha ha ha, well done. Report the retreat now," said the god, to which the general disappeared after receiving his orders. "It seems that I am going to let you live a little longer," said the god, disappearing that black aura that surrounded him and formed a magic circle to leave. "You think I'm going to let you go," said the brown-haired man, who hurried at full speed towards the god, who unfortunately had already disappeared. "Diamen," he shouted. The brunette, frustrated, couldn't kill him, and from what he saw he got whatever he was looking for. At that moment he knew that things were getting more and more difficult. He was glad that Ravel's wedding was soon, because he needs to make an emergency meeting with the Alliance. After staying there resting a little, he felt the presence of his loved ones in the city, and went in search of them. In the city, the girls of the CHST note and the albino were resting. That was a very intense fight, where more than once you almost died. Even the albino saw death several times. None of them knew that those guys were strong. Outside of Issei, of course, it was rather she who eliminated most of the enemies. When they were going to say something, they saw the dragon that began to fly in a direction where a black silhouette was approaching. Immediately Yasaka and Kuroka recognized who it was. Then by their instincts Lafa was the next to realize who it was, and finally Arena. The brown hugged the dragon that was flying to him. He could see how worried they were, so he just hugged her, reassuring all his worries, while she infused herself into that warm embrace that she liked so much. When he dissented, he was greeted by the other girls who said nothing and only hugged him. He knew that they were worried about him, so this only mind hugged them, calming their worries. Although they were turning into some parts of BLD, was nothing serious, and his wounds were none of them a fault. "It looks like you got beaten up," the albino commented with a smile. "You were seen as the other one looked," said the brown-haired man with a smile, making the albino and his girl smile. "From what I see, they were having fun," commented the brown-haired man when he saw all the destruction and the charred, pierced, destroyed or decapitated bodies that were in the area, but when he saw that they had killed 10 generals, that made him very happy, since those were Indra's force. "Those DMN ones almost killed us. I never thought they were so powerful," said the albino seriously. "But forgetting that as it went with a god?" the albino asked the brown-haired man, who formed a serious and disgusted expression. "That DMN one, if he has the power of the Trihexa, or at least a part of it. The worst of all is that the attack was not random," said the brown-haired man, making everyone present surprised at that. "What do you mean it wasn't random?" asked the Kitsune, very interested in that part. "Indra attacked Romania because he was looking for something. And unfortunately he got it, so his troops withdrew as they fulfilled their mission," the CHST tree reported, surprising everyone. "I don't know what he got, but I am sure of one thing, and that is that he is not going to do anything good," said the brown-haired man seriously, making everyone shut up, because from what they saw things are getting more difficult. "In about 2 weeks I will have a meeting of the factions, since I plan to reveal myself at Ravel's wedding. After that I will give all the information I have to the factions, since this is not something that only we can delicacy," said the brown-haired man seriously, making everyone nod. "Well, I'll inform Shiva about what happened, since from what I see he's already gone," the brown-haired man confirmed, as he didn't feel his presence anywhere. "I'll stay in Romania to find out what they were looking for, and I'll take control of the faction at least until Elmenhilda wakes up and can resume her position." When he said that, he surprised more than one, although Issei and Lefei were already expecting that answer. After all, that's how he is. And so it was lasting the next 2 days. The CHST note took over as ruler of the vampires, making during those 2 days the faction return to normal. Well, as far as it goes, to normality, since there was a lot of destruction, but the vampires were already with their daily lives. Also during that time, the CHST tree, with the help of his appealing wife Lefei, created a barrier that covered the entire city to protect them from possible future attacks, making the vampires extremely happy. But despite that, the brown-haired man is very surprised by their behavior, since as he remembers, vampires were extremely proud beings. But when he revealed himself to them and said that he was going to take the reins, no one opposed it, not even the Vampire Council. Since that time the brown-haired man has been directing all of them, and they follow him without ifs and buts, making them feel extremely strange that they are so SBMSSV to him, although instead of SBMSSV he felt that they were happy. Although he was also happy because thanks to that he was able to fix the problems of the attack, and now they were only rebuilding the areas destroyed by the attack, although in all the time he could not find a clue as to what they had taken. On the 3rd day after the attack, Elmenhilda was waking up after all those events. Note: I know vampires sleep in a coffin, and that's not the case with them, but this one time it's not like that. When she opened her eyes she realized that she was in her room, more precisely in her bed, and immediately all those memories that happened a few moments ago came to her according to her. But she also remembered that person who she had longed for so much day and night. That person who had stolen her heart was in front of her, protecting him from that attack. She wondered if it was all really a dream, because when she saw that she was alive, she didn't know what to think, and when she inspected her surroundings, she could feel the vampires throughout the city normally. That discouraged her, since she thought that it was really a dream, and a tear down her appealing face. Note: among all the girls, Elmenhilda will make one of the most appealing women who will be with Issei. Although for Issei they are all appealing, for the other people Elmenhilda will surpass them. At that moment, I hear that the door would open. "I'm glad to see that you have already woken up, Elmen-chan," said a voice. That was unmistakable for the vampire. Even with the passing of the years, she will recognize it, and of course, since it was the voice of the person who is always in her thoughts and dreams. At that moment, I raise my head to see that person who I have longed for so much, that person who had lost so much 10 years ago. In front of it is none other than Hayato Issei. The vampire froze instantly as more tears ran down her appealing face. The brunette, seeing this, approached her along with his girls, who followed him behind. There was also Kiru, who swallowed her, so that she is not alone, and Tsubaki, who was informed of everything that happened and regretted not seeing her beloved and her sisters helped when she needed it most. She even decided to live with her beloved so that this does not happen again. But going back to before, the brown-haired man got closer and closer to the vampire, who didn't take his eyes off her until he got to the front of her and sat next to her on the bed. While she was still frozen because she didn't want this to be a dream, she wished it wasn't. She wished that it was not an illusion, and that she was really in front of the person she loved so much. The brown-haired man gradually extended his hand and wiped the tears from the vampire's appealing face. Immediately upon contact, a sea of memories and feelings invaded the vampire, who still could not believe that she was in front of him. He raised his hands to touch the hand that was caressing his face as more tears came out of his appealing eyes. "It's really you. It's not an illusion, nor a dream, right?" asked the vampire in a broken voice and in a pleading tone. The brown-haired man heard her and hugged her while caressing her silky hair, making the vampire can't take it anymore and burst into tears, because that hug was the answer she wanted so much. The vampire did not worry about being seen crying, because in front of her was the man she longs for and loved so much in her life, and she only clung tightly to the brown-haired man, as if telling him not to leave her alone, making him hug her tighter and bring her closer to him. "Here I am, and I will not leave any more. I will always be by your side, my beloved Elmenhilda, my dear and beloved Elmenhilda." It was what the brunette whispered in the vampire's ear, making his heart beat faster, and he blushed strong when he heard the shovel "my dear" and "my beloved." But instead of getting angry, she did not say anything, since she wanted to be that dear and beloved person for him. That way they passed. The other girls left the couple, since they needed a moment in the rooms. Mainly the vampire, who had many things to say to her beloved. They spent a few quiet minutes as they hugged each other, each feeling comfortable with just the presence of the other was more than enough. Until the brown-haired man took the vampire and raised his appealing face and stared at those appealing red eyes that hypnotized him with their beauty. But the brown-haired man only saw that girl that he had fallen in love with a long time ago. After having so many differences, they realized that they both liked each other, but neither of them ever said anything. It must be because of pride on the part of the vampire, or because of shame, fear of rejection from the Chestina tree, but all that was left behind, since with that simple look they were saying everything. And it was not for less, since Elmenhilda was a girl of about 24 years old with a appealing body, big breasts, but not so much, an appealing waist, a wide hips highlighting her figure, and a long and sissy legs, in addition to a skin white as snow, making her look even more appealing. And if we add to that the fact that her appealing face, implacable of prefixes with small lips, but exquisite and appealing red eyes, made her look an extremely appealing woman. The vampire couldn't take it anymore and threw herself in to embrace her beloved too. What he reciprocated immediately. It was a calm but tender embrace that gave off all the love and affection they have for each other. In this way they continued until they could no longer and separated due to lack of oxygen. "I love you, Issei. I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my being. I never told you because of my pride, but now I don't care about anything. I don't care about sharing. I don't care about being the last one, but please don't leave me alone. Don't take me away from your side. I don't know what would happen if I lost you again," the vampire begged, while she cried without holding back, while fear was going to think about her in losing the Chestina tree. "I love you too. I have always loved you even when we started our relationship badly. Later I realized what a wonderful woman you are. And don't worry, now that I'm here I'm not going to leave you. Matt's always by my side, and not as the last, but as the first of them as well as all the others since they are all the first in my life, said the brown-haired man while wiping away his tears of the vampire who felt her heart beating non-stop when she knew that she could finally get those words out of her Saint and she was infinitely happy to know that her feelings were reciprocated. I love you Elman-chan, and although I can't be only yours I promise that I will always love you, and I will always be by your side, said the brown to taste those exquisite lips again, to which the vampire did not resist and returned the embrace to the person she loves. Note, remember that vampires experience human feelings more strongly than the other races, so Elmenhilda is acting and saying that because her love and fear is greater than that of any other race. The couple spent the whole day together where from one moment to the next, and from so many embrace they came to deepen their love more in a night that they let loose those feelings that they had both held for so long. Because despite everything Elmenhilda was one of those who were always with the chestnut tree in the past along with Ravel and Lefay. And after that night where the two showed their feelings, the vampire now had a red tattoo with the head of a dragon on her abdomen, in addition to the fact that at once the vampire took advantage of the moment to taste the BLD of her beloved, to which the brown-haired man did not care and hugged her tightly so that she could do it calmly. When she separated from the brown man, the vampire had a big smile since she had never tasted such delicious BLD, making her from that moment on addicted to her beloved, making the brown smile since that did not matter to her. As a dragon, her metabolism to create red BLD cells was quite fast, plus he only wanted her to drink his BLD. But also thanks to that the vampire was able to recover all her strength, since by drinking someone's BLD she obtains her powers, as the chestnut had. Great resistance and regeneration helped the vampire's recovery. The brown-haired man and his girls stayed 2 more days in Romania. Of course each one was going to fulfill their duties when they had to. But during this time, with the help of the vampire, they were able to discover what Indra was looking for. But they did not like what they found at all, and rather alerted them even more. Once those days were over, the chestnut returned home with 2 new tenants since Tsubaki moved in with him, and Elmenhilda was not left behind as she wanted to spend as much as she could with the chestnut tree. Although at first the brown-haired man was worried about leaving the fraction of the vampires, but Elmenhilda told him that since they are not a very large race and do not mess with other races, there will be no problem, since he left his second in command, although he told him that he would go in time since she was still the ruler and had to ensure her safety. In this way the life of the brown-haired man continued as normal, although the girls trained harder and harder. Even Irina, who did not want to be left behind, and Elmenhilda, who did not want to be a hindrance to her beloved and wanted to be of help to him. Although they are not the only ones, since she realized that the albino's wives are also training very strong together with the albino, since the last fight showed them how weak they are, that despite winning she was about to die more than once. In this way the days continued, and the long-awaited day that the chestnut tree had arrived, and from very early in the morning the chestnut tree left for hell, since he needed to speak kindly with the demonic council since they did not pay attention before. He also told his girls that he would see them at the wedding, to which they did not put any buts and prepared for that great happiness. Underworld Phoenix Castle, the servants of the Phoenix and Barbados ran from one place to the other preparing everything for the wedding. Although there were a few hours to go, they had a lot to do. In one of the rooms of the Phoenix house was the 4th daughter of this family, Ravel Phoenix, while looking at herself in the mirror with a calm look. She was not anxious, worried, or anything like that, since she had talked to her friends before and told her that the preparations were almost ready, and although they were going to be delayed a little, the wedding was going to be interrupted no matter what. That relaxed the blonde in a way, since she still wanted to wait for her beloved brunette to come back for her and take her as his wife, and she was sure that day would come. At that moment she heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in," making the person who appeared be Lady Phoenix, who saw her daughter in a very complicated way. "Daughter," Lady Phoenix tried to say, but she couldn't. She knew this was a mistake, but she couldn't fix it anymore, and she really thought about the words the blonde said to her at the previous party, making those words rub very well in her head and worrying about it. In the end, when he finally understood, he realized that it was a mistake, but that was already done, and he could not fix it. At that moment he remembered the words that the blonde said to him that day. I remember Lady Phoenix, this is not a threat, but I don't think Hyoto Issei will like to see his fiancée married to another man when he comes back. And I assure you that I didn't want to see what a dragon does when someone tries to separate him from his women, said the blonde seriously as he let out a little of his aura, terrifying everyone, mainly Lady Phoenix, who was in front of him. So you better think about what you're going to do from now on, and I hope you choose the right decision, the blonde finished saying. End of remembrance. Daughter, how do you feel? Her mother asked, worried about her daughter. Well, mother, replied the blonde calmly looking at her mother, and although she was angry she could not be with her mother since after all she is her mother. The person who has loved and cared for her all her life. How could she be angry? But despite all that affection and love could not feel disappointed since it seems that she did not learn her lesson with the wedding of her brother and Ria's. When the mother was going to continue talking, she heard someone knock on the door, to which the blonde phoenix said to come in. But when she saw the people who arrived she could not contain her happiness and went to hug them since those who arrived were her best friends. Lefay and Irina had gone ahead of the other girls to give support to their best friend. The girls started talking, while everything was seen by Lady Phoenix, who simply left since she knew that she had nothing to be there. She felt very bad for having literally sold her daughter and taking away her happiness. Tell me girls how everything is going, asked the blonde phoenix a little anxiously. Don't worry, Ravel-sama, you don't have to worry, said the magician with a sincere smile. Yes, everything is almost finished. Although she informed us that she was going to be delayed, she was going to be able to arrive to interrupt the wedding this time. It was the brunette who now had a big smile since being with her dear friends was something she had not experienced for a long time. But the feeling of being able to be with her love was something completely different, making the animated and interactive attitude of the CHST-net return with all its forces. When Blonde Phoenix heard that, her heart felt happy and calm, knowing that she can wait for her beloved brunette. Girls, I'd like to ask you something that I've been very curious about for a long time, said the Blonde Phoenix seriously, to which the other girls were surprised by that, but nodded as a sign for me to continue. Why did they forget about Eyes Sam? Why is he with another man who is not the one you waited for so long? Blonde Phoenix asked very seriously, making the girls surprised by that, and even if they wanted to tell her the truth, they wanted to leave that to their beloved. You don't have to worry about that, Ravel, said the brunette with a calm smile, confusing her friend a little. All your doubts will be cleared up today, Ravel-sama, the magician continued with the same smile, leaving the blonde more confused. But she decided to leave it because from what she sees something else is going to happen today, although she didn't care since the only thing she wanted was to free herself from this commitment. The girls continued talking as the day passed quietly and time came. In a appealing hall in the Phoenix territory, what for them was a very important day of their clan was taking place. Too bad they did not know what that day was in store for them. In that appealing room, we can see how little by little guests from all over the underworld were arriving, thinking about enjoying an appealing wedding, not knowing what the day that everyone will remember as the return of their hero will do. Among the guests who arrived were, of course, most of the Phoenix family, and the main family who were Lord and Lady Phoenix along with their two eldest children, since their son Razor had not arrived and their daughter was finished getting ready. There were also 3 of the 4 Maoist Serafal, Ajika and Sursech. Even among them was Tiamat, waiting to see his blonde to peacefully talk with him, although what he wanted was to him again and again, and so the guests were arriving little by little, and after a short time the room was almost full. Among them were many clans such as Baal, Algaris, Ammon, Beliath, Asmodeus, Balamaseroth, Gremory, Citri, and many more. In addition, there was also Volley and his girls, and they knew that was what was going to happen, and they went to see how things developed. The group Gremory was already reunited with their respective partners, Asia with Dethelm, Zenivia with Liu, Kaneko and Kunu with Yoshiko, Kiba with Tasuka, Gaspar with Valeria, Aquino with Zastin, and Rias with Razor. What is Asia and Zenovia were looking for their friend Irina with her boyfriends, who today did not see her without knowing that she has not seen her for almost a month and a little more. Kaneko and Kanu were with their husband, although at first glance things were not right as neither spoke, implying that the marriage was getting worse and worse. Kiba and Gaspar had no problem since they were talking to each other along with their wives, while Rias was with Razor enjoying their marriage, although for some reason she felt a pain in her heart, and thought that something bad was going to happen today. And she was not the only one, since her great friend Akino, who was also very romantic with her fiancé Zaston, had a very strong pain in her heart, although she did not look like it. Away from them was Rasuizer with her husband talking calmly, although he could see that his wife had a sad face. He regretted that since she has been like this since the Gremory wedding, since he heard that man he admires despite being younger than him may be alive. But what hurts him most is that she is not aware of his situation, asserting that he gets depressed for no reason according to her, making Ryu curse himself for not being the owner of his heart. But he was also happy since the owner of that appealing heart that his wife had was from a great man. Although as a wife it was only in name since they have never done anything, not even on the wedding night, because at that moment he saw how she did not want to even if she said yes. But in her eyes I saw that she was not looking at me, but at someone else, as if she wanted to convince that what she was going to do is with that person. Anyone would be angry about that, but seeing that she didn't even realize it, I couldn't get angry with her. As time went by, Ryu realized that his wife's heart was too pure and innocent since she always saw it as if she was seeing someone else, but she didn't realize it. He always wondered who that person was who was in his wife's thoughts and heart. But to this day he could realize that it was that person who was acclaimed by everyone, who was a symbol of admiration and courage. At this point he was happy that all the times he tried to intimidate with his wife, he did not succeed, since now he believes that it is better than her to give him what she wants, unconsciously, to the real man she loves. Returning to the party, there was also the whole group Citri, in the sense of their queen that Sona knew was with her boyfriend, although when she thinks about that, a feeling of jealousy blooms in her since she had not yet clarified her feelings. But now she was sure that both the brown and the blonde, she loved them. The problem is which one to love. The party was about to start when all the guests saw a group of appealing women enter, leaving more than one with their mouths open, but no one said or did anything since everyone recognized all of them, although more than one could see a new face, leaving more than one blushing, even the women, and it was that everyone saw Elmenhilda, who was with the other girls. Her appealing face with her CC and appealing body made everyone present blush a little. At the door came the girls of our brown-haired man, except for a certain magician and brunette who were still with a blonde phoenix. They all took a look at the room, went to greet the Citri group that they could see, and nothing else. Since they did not want to talk to anyone except for a few people, either Yasaka went to greet her daughter, who immediately saw that things with her husband were bad, but she knew that she is part of, so he left her and went to talk to the other Maoist, Kuroka, who went to greet her sister, but when she saw the atmosphere in the middle of them, she decided not to stay and go with the other girls. After that greeting finally began what they were waiting for so much in the day. The wedding gave a quiet start. All the guests were in their respective doing, even Irina and Lefei, who had arrived a little earlier. Although they had a mischievous smile that all the girls of the CHS understood why, and in the same way they all smiled like that. Even Sabaki, who thought everything that is going to happen in a few minutes was very funny and wanted to see how his king was going to act. At the altar, the heir Barbados had a smile of superiority since he saw the girls of the CHS tree, but he did not see him, thinking that in the end he chickened out, and he thought that he was not less since he surrounded an area of 2 kilometers around guards with orders that when they saw him attack to kill. At the entrance you could see the 4th daughter of the Phoenix family with a calm expression. She did not express anxiety, sadness, or happiness. It was simply a calm expression while walking next to her father without paying attention to him, because she was also angry with him for the idiocy he had done, and it was not like her mother, who saw her had a regretful look. On the other hand, his father had a look of pride. "I promise you that I will make you very happy, and we will not have much fun after this," said the heir Barbados to his fiancée, with a face of an arrogance. But Ravel didn't even look at him. They knew that he ran up and down her body with a look of, since he knew her body only belongs to one person, and only she has the right to touch her. The ceremony began. Everything was going on normally, without knowing that outside the hall there was a battle. I mean a massacre, since all the guards tried to kill the blonde who was trying to get to the wedding. However, it didn't matter that he did. Everything was impossible, and everyone who faced him ended up with several broken bones, while he writhed on the floor in pain, and the worst thing was that he didn't even look at them and calmly continued on his way. He was almost in front of the wedding venue and tired of those plagues. He lit his aura and exposed it in all its splendor, making everyone present fall to the ground without being able to do anything for the powerful aura. In the room they were saying their vows, but before it was over everyone felt a powerful aura that made more than one open their eyes as much as they could, while they sweated profusely because of how powerful that aura was. Except for the blonde girls, who recognized immediately when they felt how that aura surrounds them and begins to intoxicate them with that love and affection that it gave off, in addition to that quality and calm sensation. Vali and his girls, from thanks to the albino, the aura did not affect them even a little. The Maoist, even Tiamat, could not even stop from their accidents because of the pressure he gave off. At the altar the heir Barbados fell to the ground helplessly, while breathing agitated mind, and her body trembled with fear. On the other hand, for Ravel, instead of feeling that pressure, she felt how that aura surrounded her, as if it wanted to protect her from everything, making her open her eyes because of how warm and calm she was, making her remember someone who has that same aura that made her feel that way. Immediately the doors of that place opened, making everyone see who he is, but the surprise was not long in coming to know that that oppressive aura came from that person. "Sorry for the inconvenience," said the now Sujiro with a calm smile. Everyone present was with their eyes open because they could not believe that that powerful aura so monstrous remains that blonde. Tiamat, on the other hand, who tried to resist, opened his eyes as wide as he could when he saw how powerful the blonde was. "Please don't get up," said the blonde in a funny way, while increasing the pressure, making that none of them could move from their places. The blonde's girls smiled mischievously when they heard their beloved say that. The blonde thought it was too much and kept his aura, letting everyone recover, although only the Maoist got up next to Tiamat and one or two other people as the others tried to catch their breath. When the heir Barbados stopped feeling that aura, he immediately let out a scream. "Guards, kill that demon one!" The heir Barbados shouted with clear anger in his expression. Even his eyes were red from the anger it would be. 100 guards from the Barbados house entered the living room and immediately surrounded the blonde and his girls. Although all of them had a calm smile, immediately the blonde began to walk down the aisle in a calm and carefree manner. The guards, seeing this, tried to attack him, and I say they tried since they had not taken a step to attack him when they fell to the ground with their bodies fractured and totally unconscious. Everyone looked and was surprised because they didn't even see what had happened, but they saw how the Nekomata and the Kitsune were next to the blonde, making way for them. That fact surprised all of them, mainly Kaneko and Kanu, when they saw their sister mother in that way, since they had an expression of disgust. All the guests began to tremble at the sight of this action, since almost none of them could see that action, only the Maoists and a few people. But what really had them trembling is that behind the blonde was all the guards on the ground, totally unconscious. They saw the Lefay, who was now in her witch dress, Irina with her 4 pairs of wings extended. Tsubaki was standing normally, while in her hands was a Najitana, and the Elmenhilda was on top of some guards who were unconscious. Only Kiru and Offeyes had not done anything yet. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs as they saw how a small group decimated 100 layers that were experts in battle. Although for those who know this group, they were not surprised, since it was not a normal group. But the one who was not amazed was Sona, since she did not remember that her queen was so strong to eliminate some guards in seconds. The blonde continued on his way normally and calmly. The 10 high commands of the Barbados house, who were among the guests, threw him against the blonde for having humiliated them. However, before they reached where the blonde was, a powerful energy hit them, sending them crashing against the walls, piercing them, and leaving them totally unconscious with serious energies. Everyone was shocked by that, but they were immediately even more surprised and began to sweat cold. Even the Maoists began to sweat cold, and this was because the one who made those men fly away was another of the blonde's girls, but everyone could feel that tremendous power, and now that she does not hide her aura, everyone could identify her. Offeyes Ouroboros, they all thought at the same time without being able to believe it. At the head of them all was none other than the Infinity Dragon goddess Offeyes Ouroboros. Everyone present took a step back unconsciously with a lot of fear, except for Ravel, who looked at everything with great surprise, and Volley with his girls, since they are always with Offeyes. "What are you? Who the hell are you?" Heir Barbados asked with a lot of fear when he saw how the Dragon of Infinity is on the side of blonde, although more than one asked that question. Even the Gremory and Citri group wondered what Offeyes was doing with the blonde one, although the Citri group was really surprised to learn that they were talking and laughing quietly with an existence like she was. So quietly. The blonde man heard that question from the air Barbados. A smile formed on his face, one that expressed great amusement, since what is going to happen is going to unleash a great change for the supernatural world. "Who am I?" said the blonde man standing in the middle of the room, and his girls who were behind him calmly, but with a rather amused smile. "Allow me to introduce myself properly," said the blonde as he put one hand behind his back and the other on his scent, and a magic circle passed through his body, returning the now brown man to normal. Everyone present was speechless in shock. Surzich and Ajika couldn't say anything in surprise, as well as literally all the guests were speechless. Sona, on the other hand, blushes furiously when she sees the appearance of the now brown man, while she felt how her heart was 1,000 per hour from how handsome and sexy she looks. Lord and Lady Phoenix stood wide-eyed, unable to utter a word, but the most affected were two girls who couldn't stop staring at him as much as they could, while their cheeks were completely red and tears ran down their faces. Ravel and Seraphal were looking at the person they had been longing for 10 long years. They were staring at him, wishing that he was not a dream, that he was not an illusion, or that he was not an impostor. "My name is Hyodo Issei, the current Sekiyuite and upcoming dragon god," said the brown-haired man with a smile as a red gauntlet appeared on his arm. The entire room was in total silence while the brown-haired man had a smile on his face. None of those present could believe what they were seeing. In front of them was the person who was hailed as a hero, the one who sacrificed his life to save everyone. However, that sacrificing part wasn't entirely true, as he was now in front of them, and with the Security's gauntlet, no one could tell he was an imposter. Mixed feelings were being experienced by all those present: fear, terror, love, happiness, hatred, and many more. Tiamat at that moment did not know what to think or what to say. The person with whom she had felt attracted was really the Security. In other words, D-Drag was in front of her. A great hatred began to be felt by the dragon just remembering that red dragon. But she did nothing, since the person who had D-Drag in her body is the person who had thought of trying something. But now I no longer knew what to say or what to do. Lord and Lady Gremory felt great embarrassment to see the one who was once going to be their son-in-law. At that moment they remembered that when the brown-haired man had left, they decided to look for a new candidate, and after a while of seeing how Razor comforted his daughter, they decided that now with his new attitude he was perfect. And from that moment they did everything so that the two of them were together. And after a while they succeeded, and they completely forgot about that brown man who saw them as parents. They felt ashamed because they knew that they had disappointed the brown man, since now they know that he was at their daughter's wedding seeing how she married another, and they without saying or doing anything, and rather they were celebrating. Surzich and Ajika could not believe it. The person who, despite their age, felt admiration for having saved them. Either Ajika in the battle against the Trihexa or Surzich for saving him from that dimension where he was going to die. But a thought went through both Maoists when they saw the brown-haired man alive. They immediately felt ashamed, mainly the green-haired Maoist, since they had given him up for death years ago. In fact, Ajika stopped investigating a way to bring him back. Shame was what the two Maoists felt at that moment when they saw that the Chstnu tree left that place on his own. And they felt more shame when they saw that not only did he live, but that now he is perhaps more powerful than the two of them, implying that he was not wasting his time. Lord and Lady Phoenix were both with their heads down. Neither said anything. They didn't even have the courage to see the brown-haired man in the face, mainly Lady Phoenix. At that moment she remembered again what the blonde had said to her that time. I remember Lady Phoenix, this is not a threat. But I don't think Hyodo Issei will like to see his fiancée married to another man when he comes back. And I assure you that I didn't want to see what a dragon does when someone tries to separate him from his women, said the blonde seriously. So you better think about what you're going to do from now on, and I hope you choose the right decision, the blonde finished saying. End of remembrance. As a woman of strong character, now she did not have the courage to raise her head from the shame she felt knowing that the brown-haired man was always watching them. She even intervened so that we would not make a mistake. But even so, with her warning, we did not listen to it, and she made it. Lady Phoenix felt that she had lost all her face in front of the brown-haired man, and even more so when she saw how her daughter looked at him with a dreamy look full of love. She was even sure that if she saw the brown-haired, she would see the same look in his eyes. She smiled bitterly, knowing that she was going to take away her only daughter's happiness just because of a whim of her clan. On Sona's part, she was staring at the brown-haired man. Her heart didn't stop beating. Her cheeks were extremely red, and she didn't know why. She knew that she liked the brown and she had feelings for the blonde, but knowing that they were both the same person made her mind go blank. At that moment, she remembered everything that had happened with the brown-haired man 10 years ago, those battles of life or death, those moments of laughter and fun, mainly those moments of calm tranquility with him. She remembered how he laughed. They played by his side, making her fall in love with him little by little. Seeing him fight with beings that exceed his powers made her feel very worried about her life. Seeing him protect with his life everything he loves and appreciates without caring about anything made her feel extremely protected, even making her heart beat every time she saw him like that. And even so, she didn't know what to do with her feelings, since just seeing him she had problems with her HRM, since they all fought to be with him, making her time with him extremely short and making her unable to confess what she feels. Then she had sacrificed herself to save all the leaders of the factions without asking for anything in return, an act that anyone would find honor. While for her that act had captivated her, and after seeing that she had managed to save her sister, the love and appreciation for him grew greatly. But after years he did not return, although he still felt all that for him. He thought that since he would not return, making him sad, he gave himself a chance with his pawn Sanji to overcome those feelings, but their relationship from beginning to end was bad, since he was not that person who had fallen in love. When he thought that he was not going to see anyone who could replace him and his situation was really bad, not to say probable, he arrived. That blonde man who, without any reason or circumstances, had extended a hand to her, and even when she had taken her whole arm, he simply smiled at her and let her take it without asking for anything in return. He helped her get out of that situation where no one helped her, and she managed to stabilize herself, but it didn't end. But he even gave the other hand to get her ahead, and thanks to him her now long-awaited dream was rising from below with force. And if that were not enough, he goes very often to see if there is no problem. And every time there is one, he solves it quickly, making his beloved academy stronger and stronger. That kindness and honesty were making her fall in love again. Those talks, those laughs that she shared with the blonde made her feel that she was alive after 10 years of not smiling or laughing with sincerity or honesty. Hay realized that what she felt for the blonde was love and apathy to confess to him, even if she knew that she had others. Because when she saw her queen and saw the others so happy, and without fights, she realized that it was a shoulder capable of making a woman really happy, even when she has more of them. And that was confirmed by seeing the smiling face that her queen always had. But everything changed at her friend's wedding. Seeing the problem with Ravel, she immediately supported me in everything without caring about anything. But things got harder and were getting out of control. At that moment he arrived, the whole situation was reversed, leaving everyone speechless, making him respect himself as a man, and making them respect the blonde phoenix. Sona saw how the blonde took Ravel and took her to the blonde's mother. Her curiosity blossomed, thinking what he was going to tell her. But when those words came out of his mouth, his heart was beating strongly, and it was not of love, but of anxiety, since the blonde, in other words, had said that his beloved Brown was alive. He even said that he could be at that moment. My heart was PND to know that, and the anxiety in me invaded me, making those feelings for the CHST tree reappear, but for some reason they were stronger. After that moment she decided to properly clarify her feelings, since she didn't want the same thing to happen with Sanji and her relationship with the blonde, so she spent all her free time clarifying those feelings. But she never managed to clarify them, because every time she was going to decide one, the other's feelings appeared, making her feel insecure. At least until now, since today I was going to do Ravel Phoenix's wedding, making her feel useless by not being able to do anything. Already at the party the blonde girls appeared, and I stayed talking to them. Discreetly I asked Tsubaki if something was wrong, since they all had a funny smile. At that moment she told me everything that was going to happen. I was surprised, but I was very happy that Ravel did not get married, since anyone who knows her would know that she is madly in love with the CHST tree. The wedding went on normally until it happened. The blonde man she loved had come to prevent her. Her heart beat to see him so firm, making his mere presence worthy of respect and power. But then I saw how that blonde revealed who he really was. My amazement did not fit in my person. All the time simple had been him. His heart was in a mess, as the feelings he had for the blonde in one fell swoop with those of the brown-haired man, causing a great love for the brown-haired man to grow. At that moment he couldn't help but smile when he knew why he couldn't choose one from the other, since they were both the same person. He had fallen in love with the same person twice. That caused her smile to grow, and now with more courage she decided to be by her side and confess her feelings, those feelings that she has kept for 10 long years. Ria's Gremory is a person who never regretted her decisions. She always stands firm to her decision, and she has passed that on to her entourage. But now they all had a very bad expression while tears ran down her cheeks, and they felt how their breast hurt, making them breathe heavily. All that was because at this moment a little away from them was the person they loved so much. All of them wanted to run out to hug and embrace him, but something did not prevent them. Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko and Kunu. All of them could not move, rather it seemed that their bodies prevented them. Desperately trying to get close to the man they loved so much, while tears ran down their cheeks, but none of them took a single step. At that moment they all felt that someone held their hand. Asia again saw her boyfriend Dithelm, Zenobia with her boyfriend Liu, Kaneko and Kunu with her husband Yoshiko, Aquino with her fiancé Zastin, and mainly Rias with her now husband Razor. They were all looking at them with an expression of discontent, anger, but also sadness, making each of them speechless. Then they all remembered all the conversations that could lead to this result. I remember que pasa si is kun vuelve dijo Yasaka, the sus hijas Kunu. Kaneko. What will he say when he comes back and finds that you are with someone? Sona said to her friends. Aquino. What happened to the feelings they had for Hyodo Issei? Griselda asked the reincarnated angels Asia, Zenobia. What will you tell her when she finds out you're married? Sona said calmly. Rias. End of remembrance. At that moment, they understood the big mistake he had made. Rias didn't want to believe it. She still couldn't believe that the person in front of her was that person who loved her and had given her life to protect them. It was always okay. All the memories she had lived with him began to arrive, those memories that she had put aside and forgotten to continue with her life. A pain like no other began to invade her entire being. He didn't know what to do. Now that his beloved brown-haired man was in front of him, he didn't want to let him go for anything in the world, but for some reason his body didn't move. It's as if he understood that this was no longer his place, and he could never be with him again. More tears ran down his cheeks as the idea began to form stronger and stronger, causing him to deny it more and more strongly. But she was not the only one, since Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko and Kunu were just like Rias, but seeing the men who were next to her who could do at that moment, their bodies had already accepted that they could not be next to CHST note, but their minds and their disordered feelings flatly refused to let them go. On the other side of the room was Serafal, who could take away her amazement, since in front of her was the only man who had made her feel like what she really was. A woman and not a trophy or an award. Since he met him, he had never seen her that way. He had always seen her as a woman, since when talking to him or spending time with him, she had realized that he had never sought his fame. The only thing he was looking for was someone with whom to feel calm. And incredibly, she was the one who always felt that way when she was by his side. The small meetings, the small talks, the small walks, the small laughs, everything she had experienced with the CHS2 tree were small things, but for her it was an invaluable moment. The problem was that she had never realized it until that same shoulder had saved her from certain death, and had sacrificed himself as long as she was okay. Memories come to his mind, those memories that have tormented him for 10 years, since he had always blamed himself that the fate suffered by the CHStina tree was his fault. At night she always cried, remembering that warm and calm feeling she felt when the brown-haired man hugged her. That feeling of protection she felt when she was hugged by him was something that she always wanted to feel again, but she knew that it was impossible. No one ever made her feel like that just for a hug, and the only person was no longer within her reach. In this way, the nights became lonely and cold as she hugged herself and cried for that feeling of loss. She still remembered those words. They made her realize that she had fallen in love with that person. I remember you know something, Serafal-sama. I heard from Sona that because of the way you are, she is embarrassed. Although she also told me that that is a part of you, I would not change it for anything in the world. Besides Serafal-sama, I don't want to get into her private life, but I also know that you have never gotten a boyfriend because of your cheerful and spoiled way. And those who approach you are the men who only see you as a trophy or an achievement for having the Mao as a girlfriend," said the brown-haired man calmly. Serafal is so surprised by how well-informed she is, but also blushes a lot to know what she is like and what has happened to her. Issei just looks at her and smiles as she thinks about how cute she looks that way. "You know what I think? I think you are a wonderful woman with your way of being so active, cheerful and pampered. I think any man would love to have a woman like that so he can pamper her as much as he wants while he observes how appealing you are when you see those appealing violet eyes," the brown-haired mouse said while caressing her cheek affectionately. End of remembrance. Her heart beat strongly when she remembered those words where they were engraved in her heart. Since then she always longed to be pampered by that man who made her feel special and unique, while she felt that love and affection that those words he said to her had. But at this moment her body wanted to move, but she couldn't. She was paralyzed. But more than that, it was as if she was afraid of rejection, afraid of not being able to be with him, afraid of not deserving to be by his side. She looked at her. She was in brown, who at that moment was looking at her. Her eyes moistened when she saw that man who smiled at her in the same way as that time. Her heart beat 1,000 per hour, while she felt that love and that affection that she gave off just with her look when she saw her. At that moment she felt how that person told her that it was to stay by her side with his gaze. The fear she felt at that moment went away. A great warmth ran through her whole being as she began to take a few small steps in the direction of the person who had won her heart. However, her steps were small so that no one noticed that she was moving, and it was not her that she wanted to walk like this, but her body told her to walk slowly, to enjoy the sensation that ran through her body with each step she took. At the altar was the Phoenix family's fourth daughter, Ravel Phoenix. Her life had always been very simple and easy. Being the daughter of one of the noble house, her life had always been the center of attention, making her a bit arrogant. Since she was also the darling of her parents and siblings, she had always wanted to meet her Prince Charming, the person who would love her and protect her from everything. On a normal day for her, she had found out that her brother had gone to visit his fiancée doing. But she was surprised when that day her brother not only called her but her entire entourage. When she arrived she could see the heiress Gremory with her nobility, at least until a brown boy interrupted, and they gave her what she deserved. But nevertheless she never thought that that person she considered inferior. That encounter would be the beginning of how her life would change radically. That time they had challenged her brother in a rating game. That's where she was able to talk to that boy who she saw as inferior, but she had to admit that he was brave. However, it didn't matter that the result had been as planned. On the day of the wedding I was happy that my brother got married. However, I never expected that same boy to interrupt, especially saying those shameful words. But for some reason I blushed to see the bravery and courage that boy had. There was a fight between my brother and that boy. I saw how that boy fought with my brother, surprising me to see him try so strong. At that time I didn't know why he had done that. I watched as he was going to give the final blow to my brother. I didn't want that, so he put me in the middle of that blow. However, I saw how he stopped in front of me. "If you want to complain, then come. I'll fight you whenever you want." Those words intimidated me a lot. However, when I saw how happy the ex-fiancée was in my brother, I understood that that boy had done all that for her, and he didn't care about anything. He just wanted to know the person he loved. For the first time I felt jealousy of seeing that man do anything for the person I loved. Or I also wanted someone like that. My heart began to beat when I imagined myself in her position. After that time I made the decision to approach the man I considered to be a Prince Charming. Although at first I was very disappointed that he was a pervert as I got to know him, talking to him, while fighting with beings that exceeded my imagination. He always came out victorious since he gave everything to protect his loved ones. A feeling formed in me for the first time, and after a long time I understood that I had fallen in love with that person who I considered inferior, but was nobler than me. When I was kidnapped and rescued by him, it was at that moment that I fell completely in love with him. Seeing him care about me, seeing him defend me, seeing him fight for me for my well-being, my heart had fallen totally in love with him, and I couldn't be more comfortable. My life was happy even though I had to share it. I never cared, I just wanted to be with him. However, the happiness did not last long. The great beast that everyone feared had been released, and although it was waxed by the leaders of the fractions, they were about to die as it was very powerful. That boy who was completely in love had offered to save them and changed his own life. He did not ask for fame. He did not ask for compassion. He did not ask for anything in return. He had done it because for him it was the right thing to do, a life in exchange for many. I felt my heart tighten with pain, knowing that I was going to lose him. I didn't want him to leave. I wanted him to stay by my side. He came up to me and embraced me. That embrace, I could feel all the love and affection that he had for me. A tear ran down my cheek as I hugged him and continued embrace. I didn't want to let go of him. I didn't want him to go away, but I couldn't do anything. He was gone, but I still remembered and recorded very deeply the words he said to me back then. Don't worry, he was going to be fine, and wait for him because he will return. I decided with all my strength to wait for him. I trusted that he was going to return. I didn't care about anything else. I didn't care what they said. I didn't care what they said. I always stood firm, waiting for the person that my heart had given completely. Even though I never hesitated, never said anything, because I knew he was going to come back. At one point 10 years had passed, and even though I had forcibly committed myself, I never doubted that he would come to save me. In my heart, I knew that he would not allow me to marry anyone but him. I got desperate when my wedding came because I didn't want to marry him. I just wanted to be one man, so I thought about how to cancel it, but I couldn't think of anything. Until that blonde arrived, where he offered him a hand with a smile. A little suspicious of that guy, she accepted the help. His great friendly Faye confirmed that the blonde knew how to cancel the wedding. That made me extremely happy. When I realized that he knew my beloved Issei, I trusted him completely. And at Ria's Gremory's wedding, my heart did not stop beating when he had said those words. Reconsider the engagement between this appealing young lady and the BSTRD who is lying there, since she by right and king that you yourself signed. She is the fiancée of Hyodo Issei, said the blonde seriously. I wanted everyone to know. I wanted to shout it out of how happy I felt. She was Hyodo Issei's fiancée and no one else's. On the day of my so-called wedding, my best friends Lefei and Irina told me that everything was almost ready, so I went to the wedding calm and with a smile, knowing that everything was going to happen. When I saw Bosa was finishing, the person who was waiting for the blonde had arrived to prevent it. A smile formed on my face, although I was a little worried when they attacked him. But seeing how the girls, his real friends, defeat them easily, calmed me down. But when that blonde man truly revealed who my heart was, it beat strongly, as if it wanted to get out of me. Tears formed in my eyes with signs of coming out. That was that the person who was in front of me was nothing more and nothing less than that person she had waited for with great love and devotion for 10 long years. Hyodo Issei, the only man who had stolen her heart and made her happy with a simple smile or a simple embrace. He had arrived. His Prince Charming had arrived to take her away and let her stay by his side. At that moment, time stopped for me. I felt how everything around me stopped, and the only thing that mattered was the person in front of me looking at me like a calm smile and a look of pure love that made my heart accelerate more. At one point I saw how he looked away. I followed his sight to see that he was looking at the Mau Serafal, who was with the same expression as mine. At that moment I remembered how she was one of those who suffered the most with the loss of him. I saw how she began to walk slowly, getting closer and closer to him. I didn't want to be left behind. I didn't want him to leave again. I didn't care if he went to Tatar itself. I didn't want to get away from him anymore. I started to get down the altar little by little. For some reason I couldn't run, but I don't care as long as I can get close to him and be with him. At that moment everything came to itself. It was as if time was running again. Seeing that person who was hailed as a hero, left more than one silent and not knowing what to do. But everyone saw how the Mau Serafal was walking faster and faster in the direction of the CHSTU tree. But she was not the only one, as Ravel Phoenix was also walking towards him. At that moment the brown-haired man raised his arms as if waiting for them to reach his arms, to which none of them doubted, and at that moment their bodies began to run towards those arms that they had longed for so much. They wanted to feel loved and protected again. They wanted to be surrounded by that great pure love that their beloved CHSTNet showed them. At that moment Serafal ran into the arms of the person she had fallen in love, the person who stole her heart. She didn't realize that when she passed by the Gremory's group, they wanted to stop her. But at that moment her fan of feeling that scorching was more than anything in the world that passed them without being able to do anything. He took a big leap in the direction of the CHSTNet tree, propelling himself into a chair that was in his way while he opened his arms to hug him. The brown-haired man with a quality smile received her with open arms, causing her to turn around because of the impulse. But when the pigtailed Mawu felt that hug, she immediately began to cry without caring that they were seeing her. She felt happy. A feeling invaded her heart. After 10 years she felt alive. She felt warm. That feeling was the one she longed for so much, making her bury her head more while she felt how the CHST tree weighed her stronger. On Ravel's part, she had run past the guests. She even passed through her family, who saw her surprised. Since at that moment when she passed by them, she did not even look at them, since her gaze was only on the CHST tree. But what surprised them the most was to see how she cried, but had a big smile on her face that no one of them had ever seen. Not even her mother, who when she saw her felt the worst, knowing that that smile was the true smile of her precious daughter, that smile that she had lost due to her ignorance and pride. Ravel kept running when she was getting to her beloved. Saw how Serafal jumped and arrived first before her. He also saw how she immediately started crying when he hugged her. A feeling formed in her, and she ran faster to be able to feel that same sensation. When she was arriving, she also jumped with open arms, being received by a brunette who received her with a hug, making her also turn around, even with Serafal in her arms. The blonde phoenix, as soon as she felt those hugs, began to cry inconsolably next to the Mawu, who was also crying inconsolably. Issei only smiled with nostalgia and love as he hugged both girls, trying to comfort them, telling them to forgive him for leaving them alone, or I'm already here and I'm never going to leave them again, causing them to cry harder and hold on tighter to him instead of reassuring them. The brown-haired man smiled at that and decided to keep quiet and give them all the love he had not been able to give them. Everyone saw that scene with a lump in their throat. No one fooled anything, since that moment was very special for both him and them. However, the Grimoire group saw that scene with tears in their eyes. Their bodies could not move. They also wanted to run away and be able to hug him, to be able to feel again that warmth that the brown tree made them feel when he hugged them, but they still could not understand why. Their bodies did not allow it. The pain in their breasts began to form stronger and stronger, making them cry a little more for not being able to calm that feeling of loss and pain. DMN, a voice came from the altar. This was the heir Barbados, who had recovered a little. Everyone looked at him with clear signs of discontent, since this was a moment that was going to mark the whole world unnatural. Since the hero of all was alive and had presented himself in front of everyone. I won't let you get away with it. A stupid dragon like you're nobody, said the heir Barbados, totally mowed down by anger, without seizing the CHST tree or putting him on the spot. Since he was totally focused on the two girls, he had managed to calm down a little, but who still embraced him possessively, with clear signs of not letting go too soon. Guards, kill them all, declared the heir Barbados, calling all the guards of his family, and in a moment the place and its surroundings were full of guards ready to attack. Everyone present was surprised by the rapid deployment, but for a moment they understood that the Barbados family had their troops hidden and all over the place. However, Issei was still in the same pose, with the two girls hugging him tightly. Even his girls, who had seen everything, had a calm smile without worrying about the soldiers. Although Kiru had a certain feeling of jealousy seeing the two girls like that with the brown-haired man, since she had started to develop a certain feeling for him some time before. The heir Barbados had a smile of arrogance, thinking that he had won. When all that is over, I will that DMN beach. I would love to hear how she screams your name while I make her mine, ha 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 ha, said the heir Barbados with an arrogant smile. However, that was his biggest mistake, since he had touched the reverse scale of a dragon. A powerful aura much stronger than before began to be felt throughout the place, making the entire room completely silent. That aura was getting bigger and bigger as it passed every second, making everyone start trembling in fear at feeling such a powerful aura. Even Surzech and Ajika were trembling with fear. Not even when they were in the civil war. On that war ground they were as afraid as they are now. Everyone present immediately fell to the ground when they felt that aura. They even began to faint. Only the girls of the CHST were fine, since that aura did not affect them. However, Tsubaki, seeing her king, who was about to fall to the ground due to the pressure, quickly rushed to where she, and together with Lefei and Elmenhilda, surrounded the Citri group and created a barrier, making all of them stop feeling that suffocating pressure. The heiress Citri, who stopped feeling that aura, was surprised by that. But when she looked up, she saw that she was being surrounded by a barrier. He was surprised to see his queen, who was one of the three girls who was forming her. Sona was going to say something, but she realized that the three girls were very serious, seeing where the brown-haired man was. "What's wrong?" the heiress Citri asked her queen, who had a very serious expression more than usual. "Issei-kun is very angry about what he said. Now not even we can stop him," Queen Citri replied to her king, who was surprised. She wanted to ask him many things, but to see Lefay and Elmenhilda, who was just as serious, she decided to keep quiet. Everyone in the room was too impressed to feel that powerful aura. There was no one who wasn't trembling with fear from feeling that huge power. And unlike last time, this time Issei is using his and Drag's power, making the aura even more powerful than before. The heir Barbados, who was at the altar, was about to faint as he felt little. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Offeyes, who was close to the brown-haired man, saw that what was going to happen had no solution, so he took the pigtail-wearing Mawu and the blonde phoenix by the arm, and took them to where the other girls were. Although they still refused to separate from the brown-haired man, with just a look from the dragon they understood that something was going to happen. The brown-haired man began to walk down the aisle as his hair covered his eyes. "How dare you?" A voice was heard throughout the place that made everyone shiver, because from those words you could feel a great killer instinct. "How dare you speak to her like that?" everyone heard again. Now they identified the voice as that of the Chestinut tree. "I'll teach you that you shouldn't mess with a dragon's wife," said the brown-haired man with an emotionless voice that even Vali's BLD froze when he heard it. Even his girls clung to him instinctively. The brown-haired man stopped taking out his aura, making everyone move, but everyone was sweating because of the above. Issei, while walking, took a scallon out in a quick moment, killing 6 guards who were blocking his way. Everyone was speechless to see that for 2 reasons. The first is because he just killed a demon, and the second because no one saw him move or swing his sword, outside of the Maois and one or another person. At that moment, the Chestinut tree did not care about anything and continued walking towards where the heir Barbados was, who was on the ground trembling with fear while crying. "They are waiting. Kill him," said the leader of the Barbados house to all the other remaining troops. At that moment, all the soldiers came out of shock and went to attack the Chestinut tree, without knowing that this was their last and biggest mistake. The Chestinut stopped when he saw everyone coming for him to attack him. He got into battle position and threw himself where everyone was coming. However, a scallon began to glow a pure white color, which only the 2 Maoists noticed. They were going to try to stop them, but it was too late. The brown-haired man had taken out the sacred aura of a scallon. Since being a dragon, he was not affected by the light. It was easier for him to manipulate his sacred power, and if we add that, he also knows how to handle the light. That makes the aura increase greatly. The Chestinut tree made a horizontal movement, killing soldiers with a single stake. That left more than one in a cold sweat, as they could feel that powerful sacred aura. However, that did not end there, as suddenly he appeared behind another group of soldiers and swung his sword again, killing them on the spot. This fact left the demons in total shock that he could kill demons so easily. He turned to one side, and for the 3rd time threw himself to where a large group of soldiers was. When he reached them, he killed 3 with a move, and then protected himself from 3 moves that they saw from his back. But when I block them, I use his strength to make them like this back that I take advantage of to kill them quickly. In this way the battle was taking place. Although more than a battle, it was a massacre, since no soldier had been able to touch the Chestinut tree, while he had already killed many of them. And in a short PRD of about 10 minutes, the ground was dyed red, and at the feet of the Chestinut tree were a huge song of dead soldiers, leaving everyone speechless. In just about 10 minutes he had trained a small army without breaking a sweat. The few soldiers who were alive began to retreat involuntarily. Some had even escaped as they did not want to die. However, despite the pile of BLD that was there, the brown man who had white breath, a black shirt, and a white vest, there was not a tiny drop of BLD on him. Even his sword was gleaming, as if he had done nothing. That fact made more than one tremble with fear for the demonstration of power. However, the brown-haired man did not bother with anyone, and began to walk towards where the heir Barbados was, who was still on the ground crying while his body did not stop shaking. However, something new had happened, and that was that he had urinated in fear when he saw how his soldiers killed without sweating a drop. The Chestinut tree followed calmly. None of them moved a muscle. They did not want to die. Even the 2 Maoists were not sure if they faced the Chestinut tree. But what stopped them from doing something was the look that the brown-haired man had, since it was one of a dragon extremely angry, and everyone knew that when a dragon was like this, it was best to leave it and not approach it. Issei climbed the small steps that reached the altar and stopped in front of the heir Barbados, who looked at him with great horror. The Chestina tree bent down and grabbed the heir Barbados by the neck, lifting him up with great ease. All this was seen by all those present. The girls of the Chestina were calm since they knew what was going to happen. However, in the case of Ravel and Serafal, they were very surprised to see how powerful their beloved was, since before they were extremely worried when the soldiers of the Barbados house attacked him. They were even going to help them, but they were stopped by the other girls. "I left you more than once not to mess with her," said the brown-haired man, and of course, making everyone listen to him. "I'll give it to you, Alberti, more than once," the brown-haired man continues to say, while the aforementioned was trying to get out of his grip, failing in the attempt. "However, you didn't pay attention and continued with your stupid pride," said the brown-haired man with quite an anger in his words. The parents of the heir Barbados wanted to go help them, but none of them could move for some reason, but after a few moments they realized why. They were afraid. "You ignored all the compassion and face I was giving you. You even insulted my fiancé in my presence." When the brunette said that, blonde Phoenix had her cheeks flushed, but with a big smile on her face, and her heart was beating fast. On Lady Phoenix's part, when she heard those words, she just lowered her head and closed her eyes while blaming herself for the mistake she had made. And finally, Lord and Lady Barbados were very sorry for having gone through with this wedding. Back then, when the blonde had warned them at Ria's Gremory's wedding, it was better to challenge each other to leave things at that. But because of their pride, they had condemned their family, since today too many soldiers of their family had died, and most likely their son was going to die because of what he had said before. At that moment they closed their eyes and clenched their fists, feeling frustrated that they had come to this situation because of their stupid pride. The brown-haired man created a weight for pure power in his hand. Everyone leaned back as they could feel the great concentration of power that had that small weight. The heir Barbados, seeing this, began to despair and tried with all his might to get out of the grip. "I don't care if you ask for mercy, because you won't have it. Everyone who messes with one of my women will end up with only one fate: death." When he said those words, everyone backed away again. The brown-haired man put that sphere of energy in the Chestina of the heir Barbados, making it grow in size and consume him completely when it came to contact. He didn't even have time to shout at the heir Barbados when he had been consumed by that powerful energy, disappearing him completely. The heir Barbados had died at the hands of the current Sekuyute and next dragon god. The place was in complete silence. No one said anything. The brown-haired man returned to his attitude as before, making the whole room calm, letting go of that tension in the air. He turned and went down the altar to go where his girls were. However, when he was going down his house, he was greeted by Ravel and Serafal, that now that everything was over, they did not want to leave their beloved. The brown-haired man, seeing this, only smiles to caress their heads, making each one hug him tighter when he feels that feeling he had longed for so much. "Issei-kun, you know what it means to kill a domain," the red-haired Mau broke the silence. However, the brown-haired man didn't even care about it, as he was still caressing the heads of the girls who had him in their arms. The Gremory group, seeing how the brown-haired man caressed the heads of the two girls, felt extremely jealous, since at first glance they could notice the love with which he did it. They wanted to feel that same love, that love they had forgotten years ago. But deep down in their hearts they knew that they could never have it again, even though they still refused to accept it. "You even killed an heir of the house. You know what that means, right?" said the red-haired Mau again. On the other hand, the brown-haired man simply took out a few envelopes from his vest and threw two at the red-haired Mau and the other at Lady Phoenix. Both were confused by that action and saw the brown-haired man again, who continued to caress the girls' heads. "Lady Phoenix's letter, and one of the ones you have, Sire's, is a handwritten letter from you and me clarifying that Ravel Phoenix is my legitimate fiancé, and absolutely no one is allowed to say otherwise, since it is signed by the entire demonic council." When the brown-haired man said those words, everyone was surprised by what he said. Immediately Lady Phoenix and the Sire's opened the letter quickly to confirm those words. It was not that they did not believe him, but to see if it was true that the counselors actually signed them. They all approached the two people to see if it was true, since that fact was very rare, since everyone knew what the old elders were like. The blonde Phoenix, when she heard that, her heart began to beat rapidly as she looked at her beloved with tears in her eyes. When he saw her like this, he gave her a sincere smile full of love. "I said it before, you are Hyodo Issei's fiancé, and no one can change that fact. I hope you are happy to become my wife very soon," said the brown-haired man with a smile, while Phoenix had a lump in her throat. Tears ran down his cheeks without being able to control them. As he was not going to be happy, he was the person who was lost in love. He was the person who had stolen his heart, had come and declared it as his own. He was the person she had fallen in love with, as she was not going to be happy to be his fiancé. He was the man who had saved her before, had protected her from all evil, and had saved her right now from a life of suffering. He was her Prince Charming, that man who came to protect her, that man she loved. The blonde Phoenix couldn't take it anymore and embraced the brunette, to which he was surprised by that action. But after a few moments that embrace reciprocated. Ravel didn't care that they looked at her. In fact, she didn't care about anything. The only thing she did care about was showing this man who was in front of her that she loved him. Lost mind. The brown-haired man held her waist with one hand and pulled her to him while she wrapped her hands around his neck, deepening that act of love. The spectators saw that scene and everyone had different reactions. On the one hand, the women were jealous since the brown-haired man was someone extremely handsome and attractive, as well as very strong and above all overprotective, as they were not going to be jealous. On the part of men they had several opinions, some jealousy for having beauties by their side, others respect for what he did. Lady Phoenix, seeing that embrace, confirmed her thoughts. Again, she had made a big mistake. She almost took away her daughter's happiness just because of her selfishness and pride. Seeing that embrace that gave off pure love, she realized how bad she was as a mother. On the part of the Gremory group, they were dying of jealousy. They also wanted to embrace him. They wanted to hug him. They wanted to be by his side, but their bodies did not move, making none of them move towards the direction of the brown-haired tree, and they can only see while they cried how that couple showed their love in front of them. The couple separated from that embrace that carried all the feelings of both that they had kept for years. It would be one of the happiest women in the world to be your wife. No, I'm already one of the happiest women in the world just by having you by my side, said the blonde Phoenix with a big smile as tears ran down her cheeks from the happiness she had. Note, she said, one, because she knows that all the other girls who are with the brown-haired man have the same feeling of happiness as she does. The feeling of being able to be with the person they love. The brown-haired man gave him a smile for those words. He really felt lucky to have women who loved him so much. Although he did not know what he had done to deserve them, he was going to do the impossible to make them happy. On Seraphal's part, she also wanted an embrace from her beloved, but even she knew that it was not the time. So for now she settled for hugging the person her heart found worthy to feel her warmth and love in her embrace. The other letter you have, Surzech, is a warning to all present that anyone who interferes or wants to take my fiancé Ravel Phoenix will be immediately taken as a traitor and will be executed on the spot, the brown-haired man informed all those present, who opened their eyes as much as they could by that news. If that was true, all the deaths of the soldiers and the death of the heir of the Barbados house were justified by trying to separate Ravel Phoenix from her legitimate fiancé Hyodo Issei. At that moment the Barbados family felt like a bucket of cold water fell on their heads. They understood that from the beginning this wedding could never take place, even if their now dead son had married. The wedding would have been fake, so to speak. The red-haired Moa, who was on the second card, couldn't help but be surprised by that fact, and the worst thing was that it was also signed by the entire demonic council. At that moment he wondered what the brown man had done to achieve this fact. Well, once this matter is cleared up, I have nothing to do here, so if you excuse me, I'll leave, said the brunette, walking with the two girls still hugging him as he reached where his other girls were. On Tsubaki's side, Lefei and Elmenhilda, who were separated from the others, began to go to join the others. Sona saw how her queen was going to where the Chstina tree was going. She wanted to tell him that he was going to go with her, but something stopped her. Then she felt a look and realized that it was the Chstina tree that was smiling at her. The color rose to her face while her heart beat fast from that action. Now that his feelings were clear and had become stronger, any action he did to her would have more effect. The heiress Citri looked away, trying to control her blush and try to control her breathing, something that she did not succeed, making the brown-haired man from afar see that action and think that seeing her embarrassed made her look really pretty. When she reached where the others were, she created a circle to leave. By the way, said the Chstina tree, attracting the attention of all those present. Surzech, you have an alliance meeting in a week. It's time to clarify your doubts and let them know certain things, too, said the brown-haired man, seeing the red-haired man. It's time for the world to know that the Sekiyute has come back again from death, and this time stronger than ever, said the brown-haired man with a smile, as he resembled himself in a magic circle, leaving everyone with the same thought. The Sekiyute is back, everyone present thought. Now the world was going to change, since now the hero of all the factions had returned. And he had returned with a power capable of eliminating them easily. Mundo Humano Mansion Hyoto, the brown-haired man, had arrived home not long. At this moment he was in the living room, while hugging Ravel and Serafal, who did not want to let go, while the other girls, some were making dinner and others had gone to change to be more comfortable. Calm down, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm not going to be separated from you. Never again. I'll always be by your side. You promise, Issei-chan, Serafal said with a pleading tone. The brunette knew that she was one of the ones who had suffered the most for his loss. The brunette raised her chin with her arm and gave her an embrace, surprising the pigtailed Mawu for doing, but after a few moments he let himself be carried away and returned the embrace, having felt all the love and affection in those embraces. After they ran out of air they stopped, although the Mawu with pigtails had a great blush, while she breathed agitated from that embrace that made her feel alive and loved. Never in all her years of life had she felt anything like it. She couldn't take it anymore and embrace her beloved again, which he embraced back. The couple continued to do their thing, showing their love for each other, while on the other side was Ravel with his eyes closed, lying on her beloved's leg. She knew that they were embraced, and for some reason she didn't care. She was too happy to be with her beloved again, that she didn't mind sharing him with anyone as long as she can be by his side. In addition, she was relaxing while she felt how the brown-haired man caressed her head slowly and lovingly, while with the other she had the Mawu hugging, deepening her embrace section that the Mawu did not want to stop for anything in the world. I love you, was the only thing the Mawu said in a whisper after separating from an embrace. It was not a lie, she had fallen deeply in love with him. I love you too, my appealing Mawu, said the brown-haired man, while giving her a smile full of love and caressing her cheek, making the Mawu shed a tear down her cheek when she heard those words that for her were simply a dream. But what had really brought that tear to her was to feel that love and affection with which he said it. There was no falsehood, there was no interest, there was nothing. All there was love, a pure and sincere love that made the Mawu Kalura even deeper into that abyss that she called love, and that never wanted to get out of it. She was madly in love with the brown-haired man with only those words, since before she loved him. That was something she could not deny, but after feeling those embrace and hearing those words say that were loaded full of love, she could not help but fall in love even more than she already was. And she was happier than ever because back then, when he had saved her, she could feel that love and affection with which the brown-haired man spoke. But now to have him in front of her without the danger of that time, and in a quiet environment, she could not help but feel extremely happy to be one of the people who can be by her side of a man as wonderful as he was. The Mawu smiled sweetly and hugged the brown-haired man tightly as she lay on his scent to be pampered and let herself feel loved and loved by him. After dinner they all slept in the special room, but they were all in their catches or comfortable clothes to sleep in, because today they all wanted to sleep peacefully with the man they love. But when they go to make love, they sleep naked after doing so, because they also know that the brown man observes them and appreciates them when they sleep like this, making them feel happy and proud that he observes like this, since he does it with love and not with as if they were the most appealing thing in the world. However, there were too many for everyone to hug her, and when she saw some sad girls, that's why she came up with the great idea. Note: the special room is also used to sleep, but they do not sleep naked, since the brown-haired man had told them that they looked very appealing in their pajamas, so that when they go alone to sleep they wear them. He used 2 clones that when the girls who could not hug the original saw him, pulled each of them and used it as a pillow, they fell asleep happily, since it was to have the original. However, in the night, the brown-haired man woke up and felt that someone was missing, so a quick scan realized that his reincarnated angel was missing. But he was also surprised to see Kiru peacefully sleeping on the son of one of his clones. He carefully pulled the Hagar of Serafal and Ravel into his arms, and very carefully moved off Issei, who was asleep on his scent. She couldn't help but smile when she saw the girls sleeping. They looked even more appealing in that state. She carefully left that room in search of her appealing little angel who could feel her in the backyard. He found her on a bench while looking at the stars, since it was a clear night. The brown-haired man went to her and hugged her from behind, making that when she felt the arms of her beloved, she was hugging his arms with a smile. I love you, the CHST whispered in the CHST's ear that when she heard it her smile grew, and a treacherous tear ran down her cheek. The brown-haired man knew that with what happened today, his appealing angel was going to feel bad since he was the only one who betrayed her, and as he saw what happened to the Grimoires, she thinks that she had to be one of them. But the brown-haired man even knowing this knew that only with his love and with time could he take away that weight that his heart carries. No matter what happens, I will always love you, and that is something that no one can change, said the brunette again, making the brunette cry more when he heard those words. So please don't blame yourself and don't leave me. I don't want to lose you, said the brunette with a little fear because of the brunette's fault she could move away from him. I want to be with you. I want to laugh with you. I want to cry with you. I want to love you, and above all I want to start a family with you, said the brunette with all his love so that the brunette would feel how he feels. Irina began to cry when she heard those words that had eliminated the doubts that her heart had. She closed her eyes and hugged her beloved's arms tighter. I love you, said the brunette with all her love, making the brunette shed a tear when he felt those great pure feelings of the brunette towards him, those feelings that he had rebuked all his life. He had finally let them out.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.